So I'm streaming on TikTok and on YouTube. YouTube, I just have the green screen. Those books on the screen are my ebooks that I offer. They'll help you transform your thinking. The top three is the transformation ebook bundle. The bottom three are short stories on manifestation geared toward children. They're short stories and they're based off those 4 steps, the recipe for life. It's based off the 4 steps, the recipe for life, based off the script, Mark 11:24. Therefore, I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you received it, and you shall have it. And so today we're going to talk manifesting the SP, manifesting your desired relationship. SP means specific person. That can be love interest, that could be friendship. You want to reconcile relationships, business partner, work relationships, family relationships, whatever relationship. You can restore it, you can reconcile it. Hello, I have, welcome, welcome, welcome. So double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. You get to come up and have your say, because liking the live pushes the live out so others can see it. Because we're manifesting a great life today. We're going to help people get the relationship they desire. And what you have to understand is that you manifest you. You know, I understand a lot of your favorite manifestation coaches have you focusing on the other person and thinking you can change other people. You can't change nobody but yourself. And you manifest your assumptions about relationships. So this is where you have to do an assessment of yourself, of your thinking, of your belief system, and really be honest with yourself about what you believe about relationships, because that's the type of people you bring into your experience, whether they're your children, your parents, your co-workers, your employers, your business partners, your love interests. They're all a reflection of you. They're all mirroring your self-concept about relationships, about what those relationships look like. So the books on the screen actually do help you transform your thinking so you can manifest exactly what you want in a relationship. The bottom three are more geared toward children as far as manifesting, because they're short stories. And it is based off these 4 steps that you see on my screen. And it's based, and those 4 steps come from the script in the Helios Biblios, Mark 11:24. Hey, Key, welcome, welcome, welcome. So I am streaming on TikTok and on YouTube. If you want to come up on the box and have a conversation, you can go over to TikTok before you leave, just like the live, before you went over to TikTok, because we do allow you to come up in the box. We have a conversation on TikTok. Once we get to 10K, 10,000 likes on TikTok, you're welcome to come up on the box. You can ask your questions anytime regarding manifesting your SP, your specific person, manifesting the relationship you want to have. No relationship is off the table. It could be any. SP just means specific person. So it can be a better relationship with your family, with your parents, with aunts, uncles, grandparents, children, lover, work relationships, be it co-workers, employer, managers, supervisors, business partners. It doesn't matter. It's about transforming your thinking around those relationships, and those relationships will mirror your self-concept. Good evening, Latoxic. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And understand that you manifest who you are. Your assumptions about it's about your thinking. That's what you bring into your experience. And so you have to change your self-concept about you. I mean, if you have heard me say that how I manifested my second husband, my last husband, my true love, is that I had to change who I was and how I saw men and how I saw relationships. And this is way before I knew anything about manifestation. I didn't know anything about manifesting. But what I did recognize is that the type of men I was meeting was based on my thinking and my self-esteem. That's what I recognized. That's what I recognized. And so when I realized that the reason why I was meeting the type of men I was meeting was because the way I thought of myself. And once I changed my self-concept to myself, once I decided what I deserved, then the right person, then I attracted what I liked, who I was, what I believed was possible. So I discovered chivalry wasn't dead. Chivalry wasn't dead. Being considerate, being honest, being committed, being faithful and loyal, being a communicator, all of those things that I want in a relationship, that's what I manifested. I manifested the perfect relationship for me. For me. And you really have to stop trying to seek answers outside of yourself. You have to decide what works for you. Right? Find out what works for you. What are you willing to do in a relationship or not do, right? What are you willing to, especially those of you desiring marriage and what you feel like roles should be in making sure a household runs smoothly. But even if you're not even stepping into that sphere, you just want a relationship because you just want someone to watch movies with, someone to travel with, someone to, share your hobbies with, communicate, love on, right? But you're not in that mindset of getting married. You just want to have a significant other, right? It's not someone you're looking to live with, Because I understand some people, you may be quite still young, or marriage is not even on your mind. Maybe you're a teenager, maybe you're 16, 17, 18, maybe you're in college, maybe you're high school or whatever, and you really have a crushing on someone, or you're looking at, whatever your situation is. You can be with a significant other that's going to treat you well, that's respect you, consider you, be thoughtful towards you. You can have all of that. Welcome everyone. Welcome. Double tap the screen. 10K the easy way. Like the live, share the live. Like the live, share them. Relationship goes, and we could talk about other things. I mean, it don't specifically has to be about relationships, but I know that was a hot topic on Saturday, the last time we came on live. That was a hot topic. That was, something that people want to delve more into, wanted to speak more about. But all manifestations are on the table. You got a few minutes, yeah. So welcome. Hello, everyone. Hello, Sunflower. Hello, Cav. Welcome. Double tap the screen. 10K the easy way over here on TikTok as we discuss relationships. Hello, Magnetic. And you can have whatever you want. There's no limitation. You do have to get anything in this third dimensional reality. That's what we call reality. You do have to change the way you think, because you keep thinking the same way, you're going to keep getting what you've been getting. It's kind of how it goes. When you, I know a lot of times we get a little confused. We think the world's supposed to change and we get to remain the same and things are going to change. No. We're not here to change the world. If I could change the world. You don't change the world by fixing the outside. You change the world by changing self. That's how you change the world. Because your world is a mirror, your world is a reflection, and that means your relationships. People treat you how you expect to be treated. If you expect to be treated differently, you have to what? Think differently. You have to think differently. You have to expect something different. Expect something different. You get what you expect. So you should expect to be treated, regardless if you're male or female, regardless if it's woman or man, it doesn't matter. You can have exactly what you want, whatever those lists are, right? Whatever it is. You want a woman that doesn't nag. You want a woman that, isn't just looking for a basketball player or has a height requirement, or here's whatever it is you want, right? And sometimes talking about what you don't want gives you clarity on what you do want, right? Just know that if you're a great man, decide that you deserve a great woman. If you're a great woman, decide that you deserve a great man. It's really just that simple. It's that simple. Once you decide, because you're great, greatness attracts greatness. You have to be honest with yourself, though. What is your self-concept? What do you really believe is possible? Do you only focus on what you don't want and then wonder why you keep getting what you don't want? Because this is law. The law says whatever you give your attention to, that's what you're going to make bigger. That's what you're going to attract to yourself. See, people talk about frequency, vibration, and all of that good stuff, right? Your electromagnetic field, the quantum field, yes, from a scientific perspective, that is your frequency. From layman's terms, it's your attention. It's what you give your focus to. So your conversation matters. The language you use, how you talk to yourself and how you speak of others. Oh, yes, that matters because that's your attention. That's what you are. That's your energetic frequency. What you talk about. Because what you talk about, you bring about. Because that's how we communicate here on this third dimensional plane. We use language. Regardless of how limiting it is, that's the way we communicate, with language. And you keep talking and complaining and worrying and doubting and say, this dating pool, I don't know. Too much piss in the pool. I don't see men are they're horrible providers, they're horrible communicators. You talk bad about men, you talk bad about women, and then wonder why you by yourself. You shouldn't really wonder, because you have nothing good to say about the opposite sex or the same sex, whatever you rock with. You have nothing good to say, and then wonder why your experiences are as they are. Because you don't got nothing good to say about them. So why are you trying to date something you don't like? You attract everything you talk about. And so if you don't have anything good to say, you need to switch that up. You need to change your conversation. And it's really what you say. It's what you say on these platforms. I know you have all of these different, battle of the sexes and, all of these platforms where, I was starting on my FYP. I was like, whoa, what's going on with my FYP? I was starting to see I was on the side of TikTok where the women were man bashing. I was just like, whoa, what we doing? Wait a minute. Because the moment you spend 5 or 10 seconds on a video, TikTok gonna keep feeding it to you. And I slipped up and watched a video way too long about women bashing men. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I gotta change this algorithm, because I don't feel that way. I don't agree with that. But sometimes you be wanting to see what was out there in the universe, was out there in the world, right? Sometimes you be a little curious. Oh. Oh. But I don't be on the side of TikTok where I hear a lot of men bashing women, thankfully. I don't hear a lot of, I don't get a lot of that feed. But I did get a couple of videos where it was getting into that, how men are just horrible beings and they're the scum of the earth, and they're so toxic. And I'm like, okay, so are y'all same y'all are you do you know are you the LGBTQ community plus IA, because if you down at men, it's not about to change them. You're speaking less of the men is not about to change them. Same thing goes for men. Talking down upon women and thinking less of them doesn't change them. You just get more confirmation. Remember, your world is confirmation bias. You're always going to get confirmation of your beliefs. So if you believe there are no good mates out there for you, that's what you're going to see. Your world is going to say, yep, they're going to keep showing you. You're going to keep saying, I knew it. Yes, because you blew it. You were the first one who blew it. You knew it. That's how it goes. The first one blew it, knew it, right? The first one knew it, blew it. You're the one, you're talking it up. You're casting it out. You're broadcasting. Show me more of men that don't really respect women, and show me more of women who don't respect men. Like, that's what you're broadcasting, so that's what you're seeing. And you're not going to get any other proof until you change the story, until you change what you're sending out into your reality. You're in a state of low self-esteem, insecurity. That's the state you're occupying. And so the men or the women that come into your experience just are going to confirm that state. That you don't think you're enough, you don't think you're worthy, you're less than, you're men not committed. So that's the men that comes in. They play players from the Himalayas, right? The women, you think they're naggers, or they like to play the field and they not looking for anything serious. They just want you for your money. They just trying to get, taking a Ruth's Chris or whatever, or they just trying to go to STK, or they just trying to, they just taking applications. They not looking for nothing serious. They just trying to flex for the gram, and they think they gonna use my money to pay for dates. You're right. Your world says that's exactly, you're right. I can't even argue with you. I'm not going to argue with you. It's just going to keep giving you exactly what you believe to be true. And so now we need to change that. Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Teddy. Welcome. Hey, Insight. Welcome. Double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. You get to come up into the panel. Share the live, like the live. Talking relationships as well as other manifestations, because this is Manifesting Wednesday. And so I'm just not I'm not one of those people telling you about relationships and I don't have proof in the pudding. I'm not one of those people saying, oh yes, I think about this SP and I can do this with the SP, but they don't have an SP. Maybe when y'all come up, y'all can help me understand that. Like, how is someone trying to help you manifest the life they don't have? So how do you know that it works for them if they don't have no proof of it, that it actually works? Unless they just don't want to be in a relationship, I guess. But they need to preface that, like, I'm choosing not to be in a relationship, but I can tell you how to get one, I guess. I don't know how you can tell me to get one when you don't have one yourself. Make that make sense, but that's why we have to stop looking for others on how to get the thing that we want, and we need to go within and just decide what we want and decide that we already have it. That's how it goes. When I decided that I deserved a good man, I didn't consult anyone. I didn't ask anyone, well, what type of man should I like, or how should I go about, because I had been married before, so I already knew that wasn't a hard thing, right? To get married. That's like not a difficult thing to experience, right? The challenge for me was making sure I didn't manifest the same type of man that I have been dealing with, because I noticed that I was experiencing the same type of men that were uncommitted, that were unfaithful, that weren't truthful, dishonest, disloyal. And I had to recognize who was the common denominator in all of these experiences. Well, I was the common denominator. I was the common denominator. Okay. So we got to our 10K. I didn't even realize it. We got to our 10K. So come on up. Let's talk about it. Hello, LaToxic.
Hello.
Happy
Good
Wednesday.
Evening.
Good
Happy Wednesday.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. I just came up to say hello.
Hello.
And also share. This is not related to relationships.
That's okay.
But I just wanted to share that I had an interview today for a job that I just heard about like last week. A recruiter reached out to me.
Nice.
And anyway, it was like this job description was made for me.
Nice.
It was like this role was like made for me. And I'm bringing this up because I got let off from my real job like a little bit over a year ago. And that's when I got into business for myself or whatever. But anyway, this whole whatever year long, however long it's been several months. I've been trying to figure out, like, do I go in this direction or I do go in that direction with my career? And it's like I could go like two different paths. And this particular job encompasses both of those paths perfectly. So I didn't have to choose anything. I haven't gotten the offer yet, but I'm assuming that it's coming. Yes. And this job is working on a team that is like much higher up than the team that I was working on before when I was at that company. And like these people work directly under like the CEO of the company. Nice. And so it would have taken me, I don't know how long to get from where I was in the company over to where this job is now. Preemptively, I'm going to say that I have the offer because we hit it off. It was a perfect interview. It was awesome. I am the perfect candidate for this job, actually. So I'm preemptively going to say that I got it. But I just wanted to share that because it was like, I kept thinking to myself, oh my God, do I have to like market myself one way versus the other way, you know, as a person in my career or whatever. And just turns out I don't have to choose. I can do what I want.
Ooh, that part.
I just wanted to share that as an aside. And now we can get back to the relationship talk. But yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's open session, but it'd be, however it goes. It's saying relationships, but it could take its own little,
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yes, love it. So happy for you. Congratulations. Yes.
Congratulations, Latoxi.
Yes. Hello, Mia.
Thank you, Mia. Hey.
How are you?
I am blessed.
Great.
And highly favored. What they used to say back in the day, blessed and highly favored.
Right.
I am blessed and highly favored. I am here for the SP talk. Sorry, A-Town, he not in here. He didn't want us to have this talk this day, but we're gonna have it.
Oh, really? He didn't want.
He was trying to boycott us having SP Wednesday today.
Oh.
You don't remember. But I do want to add a manifestation. So I don't know if you remember last week I told you how that dream job turned into something like kind of weird and some stuff was going on. And
They had a lot of ethical stuff going on, and it got really weird. And like when I got there, like when I first got there, it was like they were warm, but then when I got there, it just got weird, and a lot of people were quitting, and I would see other people being like really treated bad before they were quitting. But it didn't happen to me. But I saw like ethical things that made me a little nervous as far as with my licensing and stuff in the job. So I kind of made my exit. I was like, something's telling me I need to I'm seeing what's happening with other people, and I'm seeing this. I think I need to start making my way downtown, walking fast. So I just started kind of looking, and I found another place and this company had been wanting to hire me for years.
Oh, okay.
And I had been dodging them for years. One of the recruiters I blocked. I blocked the recruiter that was just hounding me since I've been in this field, since I've been a behavior analyst. But anyway, and actually I had met with a recruiter before I took this dream job, the last job. But anyway, I met with another recruiter, and of course he really liked me. He was just like, I want to be friends. And it was right before my birthday, and he was just really cool. He was like, I really like you. I could just talk to you. And but anyway, he set me up with the interview, and the guy I interviewed with, the area regional director, loved me, and he was like, we want to bring you on, and all this stuff came up, and then like they did the testing that I told you about, and most companies that I've ever worked with never do the testing. They don't do the testing.
Okay.
But anyway, everything worked out perfectly, right?
Right.
But anyway, everything just worked out perfectly. And when I started, and they were just like, we're so happy, we're just excited to bring you on. And we're just like, and sometimes I have to get out of the idea like, they're so excited to bring me on board. And then I have to be like, they're excited to bring me on because I'm amazing.
Right.
And my first day, and I got an amazing offer, better offer than the last job.
Nice.
Way better offer. And when I walked in, my desk, I had a brand new laptop. And a lot of people don't understand. In the clinical field, sometimes you go to jobs and they just bring you a hand-me-down laptop, a busted-up laptop someone else used. So it's the little things I pay attention when I'm onboarding. And so I got a brand new laptop. My desk had like this big picture. It was like a picture of Oprah, and all the other employees had signed it, welcomed me, and being excited about me joining their team. I had a gift bag because part of my onboarding things I had to do before my start date, I had to just answer a few questions, and one of them was about like some of my favorite things. Well, they made me a gift bag. I was like, oh, I had a gift bag. Some of my favorite things in there. And then they bought me lunch. And I'd never been treated that way, and I was just like, oh. And just outside of that, the onboarding was so structured and organizing and welcoming. And I haven't had an onboarding that good probably since I worked for the state when I was 20 years old. And to me, onboarding in a job says a lot about the company. I pay attention to things like that. So it was just a very warm, genuine welcome. It was just what I needed.
Nice. Beautiful.
It was beautiful. And it just really made me feel really, really good. So I definitely wanted to share that. And the traffic, like I was in Houston traffic, hell traffic at the other place. I have no traffic anymore. Going or coming, it's just beautiful. And the caseload is beautiful. It's just, I don't know, it's just amazing. I don't know. So that was that. And then just a little funny thing on the SP side. And this is funny. So there's a TikToker that's a pretty popular TikToker. And I don't know if you know, his name's Chris Sales. He actually lives like near me.
Okay. Never heard of him.
And he is fine.
Okay.
It's my type. What's Sweetie song? My type. That's my type. My type. My type.
Not since you said him. He probably gonna come on FYP now, but I have no idea who you're talking about. Okay. Okay.
But I was just teasing because I had found out that he lived near me, and I had made a post on Facebook like, "Oh, I found out Chris Sales lived near me, and he is fine." Right. So anyway, of course he pops up on my FYP, And I've been following him a little bit, and I just jump into one of his lives, right? And he's happened to be talking about religion. And he's just kind of venting about something. And he was just like, man, I ain't into all that. You know, he was just talking about church folk and stuff. And he was just talking. And I was just interacting with the live. People were interacting. And I was like, yeah. And I was kind of agreeing with some of the things he was saying. He was speaking like kind of how we talk. And this man went and followed me. I was like, oh. You and your 1 million followers come follow. You fine, man. Look, don't be manifesting. Let me manifest this make fine, man. But he is fine. Let's go out to dinner.
All right now.
But anyway, but I am dating, and you know, I have to kind of take a step back because sometimes in dating, I have to, you know, like I talk about often about kind of loving myself across all areas of life and how I'm treated, and how my self-concept is in all aspects of my life, you know, in my career, in relationships, even non-romantic relationships, but just everywhere. And sometimes in dating, in the past, I haven't accepted what I deserve. Okay. And you have to mirror that, right? And so I have to make sure that I am loving myself properly. I am speaking love to myself so that I get the kind of love that I deserve coming to me. And, you know, sometimes when I get the bare minimum coming to me, that means there's something I need to fix, you know, because I really pay attention to the reflection. Okay. And you can kind of give me your feedback if, you know, and when I'm talking, but, you know, sometimes not accepting pickle juice, as my girl Nicki Minaj would say. Sometimes if you accept pickle juice, you're going to get pickle juice.
Okay.
So I don't want to accept pickle juice from you.
I'm not a Nicki Minaj fan, so I don't know her.
She was just saying that sometimes it's like your ego. Sometimes you need to set standards for yourself and how people are going to treat you. And sometimes people will come bring you some mess like some pickle juice, and you will just accept the pickle juice because you don't think that highly of yourself. I don't know. Nicki giving advice on relationship. I don't know. I don't know if she's somebody I would be taking relationship advice from, but you know, because talks. But I agree with that because
Clearly she don't.
Well, that's my girl. She do.
No, she don't.
That's my girl.
Who's she married to? Okay.
Hey, I know the facts. He's not a pedophile. He was younger than the girl. I read the court papers. So a lot of people pay attention to the feed, but they don't know the facts. I actually know the facts. And it's a lie. The media don't be telling you the whole truth. I actually read the paperwork. He was younger than the girl.
What does age have to do with it?
The age, meaning that he did not rape her. He just didn't have proper representation.
So age determines abuse? No, I'm saying age determines abuse?
No, I'm saying
because did she give, so are you saying she gave consent? Because you're saying she gave consent.
You gonna let me answer? I'm saying I read the facts. It wasn't no.
I know the question is she gave consent.
Yes.
Okay.
He was after school effing and got caught. They were going together. They went to school together.
Interesting.
Yeah, I follow it very closely, and it's a lot. So, you know, I dig deeper than the media. So, yeah. But
I don't know. I'm not a fan of anyone like that. So I don't know what people's lives are outside of what they show us. And I really half of what I hear and little what I know that she's very
But you have an opinion. And
yeah, I do. I think she has she's very aggressive. She's very argumentative. She's very, I don't know, she's not somebody I would. And she's a Sagittarius, and we Sagittarius, but she is not somebody I would, she's not somebody I would be trying to, because I don't know her personally. And we don't know none of these people personally. We don't know none of these people personally.
When you say you like pizza, I don't need to convince you of why pizza ain't good. I don't care. So if I like her, I don't care why anyone else doesn't.
Right. True.
And my information is based on informed information. So,
okay.
I'm informed. So if someone say they favorite person is Taylor Swift, I ain't going to try to convince you why I think Taylor Swift sucks. I'm going to be like, oh, you like Taylor Swift? That's amazing for you. And keep on moving, because it's not my job.
But here's the thing. Trying to tell someone how they should respond to something you say, you can't tell me how I can respond just because you like a person.
But you can't tell me how
I didn't say that you shouldn't like her. I never said that you shouldn't like her. I told you, I was talking about me, not you. I don't know how this became my personal feelings about her. It has anything to do with you, though. How does it have anything to do with you? Because you like her and I don't. We could just disagree. We could just have a disagreement about not liking the person or liking the person. But you're trying to make it sound like I'm trying to convince you of something. You said you read the paperwork, and I'm telling you why it's a reason why I don't rock with her. But that's not a reason why you wouldn't rock with her. But that's okay. But that's okay. But how is this convincing you of something? That's the part I don't get. You're trying to say I'm trying to convince you of something. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm telling you how I feel. That's not trying to convince you of something. I'm not saying because I feel this way, Mia should now change the way how she feel about Nikki. Never said that. I didn't. That's not what's going on. I'm saying what I feel, huh? Because it's my feelings and they do matter. Just like your feelings matter. Just like your feelings matter. I'm not gonna tell you your feelings don't matter about Nikki, right? Like you get to have your feelings. I'm not saying I'm talking about me, not you, right? This is me. This is Toya's opinion, and I have a right to it, just like Mia has a right to her opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean. Y'all in these stands, y'all in these like why we get so offended over somebody we don't even personally know.
You're giving me a dissertation about why I like the lady. I didn't say I was a stan. All I said is that's my girl. I like that. I brought up pickle juice. I brought up a quote and it turned into this whole thing about her husband. I didn't even bring up her husband. I never brought up her husband. I brought up pickle juice. Can we move on?
The only thing that Toya said was that she doesn't think that Nikki would be the person you should be,
Who cares?
And that's fine, but that's what you brought it up, and so she brought her point.
But no, I brought up pickle juice. I was literally just referring to a quote, and all of a sudden, from pickle juice, her husband came up. That's all I'm saying. This isn't about Nicki Minaj. I don't even care enough to talk about it. I was just bringing up a quote about pickle juice and about how I don't want to accept pickle juice in my life. Meaning that I want to make sure that my self-concept is in line. I don't know how someone being a stan, how that got there. I don't know. I ain't a stan of nobody. I'm Mia.
Because it sounds like you're offended that I don't agree with your concept of your perspective of her. Let me finish. Wait, hold on. Because you sound like you're offended because I don't agree with your perspective of her.
I'm not. I just don't like people projecting what you think I feel when it's not true.
Okay.
You're making complete ideologies about what I feel, and it's like,
what did I say? What did I say about you feel? What did I say? Tell me what I said.
I wouldn't say Nikki would be a person that I would do this. And
right. I'm talking about me. I did not say me. I said me. Okay. I would not. Well, I didn't say you. I said me. So
it wasn't about Nikki.
I said my personal opinion about her. I did not put my personal opinion on you. I said me. I don't know why. Here's the thing. I don't know. Okay, you say Mia. You say Nikki's my girl, and I say, oh, I don't necessarily rock with her. Why didn't the conversation end? You started to defend why you rock with her.
Well, why did you even have to tell me you rock with her? Who cares?
Wait.
Girl, we could just end the conversation because what? I don't understand why two people can't have a different opinion and now you're trying to tell me how I should talk.
I'm just saying.
Like I never said how you should talk. I never said what you should believe. I never said what you. I never said any of that.
Okay, I agree. You're right.
I never said any of that. I said me. My whole conversation was about me.
I agree. Mine was about me, and I didn't even get to finish it. I was just talking about pickle juice. I wasn't even talking about Nikki. I didn't even want to talk about her. I didn't want to talk about Nikki. I was really trying to talk about myself.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Go ahead.
So I was just saying that I try to ensure that I have a good self-concept across all barriers of life, whether it's work, relationships, whether it's romantic relationships, social relationships, because if I don't, that's kind of like, it's a sign that my self-concept isn't in line, because
Okay.
I'm accepting something that I don't deserve. Even like in a job, if you're in a job and you're being overworked, you're being mistreated, you're not maybe getting paid what you feel like you're worth,
Right.
or you're working too much, then obviously you're not loving yourself how you should be, right?
Okay.
Sometimes people give of themselves too much to their family. And sometimes people think that that's a sign of loving themselves, when you kind of run yourself
So
down.
that to me, that's the part that most people is a contradictory, right? Because who's saying you're giving too much other than you're not? When you feel like you're giving to a person and it's not reciprocated,
Right.
but who's saying that?
I do.
Right? So whenever you feel like I'm doing too much in a relationship, that's you trying to keep score. That isn't coming from the heart to me, in my personal opinion. That if I'm doing something strictly from the heart, it's clearly because I want to do it, not because I expect you to be like me, right? Not because I'm looking for you to match my love. Because maybe the way you express love and how I express love is two different ways, right? And so if I'm truly doing it from the heart, there's no way it could be treated wrong, that the expectation should be lowered, because I'm truly doing it because of who I am, not because of who you are. But a lot of people do things because they're trying to be shown love, as opposed to knowing that they are loved, right?
And
they
that's
need
not really
proof.
my thing. Like, I guess I use that as an example, but I'm not a person that does that. Like, I'm not a person that gives of myself because I feel like that's how I show love.
Okay.
But I just use that as an example, because you know how some people are people that do a lot for others, right? And then they have resentment.
Right.
Because
That's what I mean. That's
they don't get it reciprocated.
right. That's
Now,
what I mean.
For me, romantically, how I experience it may be I don't get the love reciprocated.
Okay.
Meaning that I'm not an over and beyond person. I'm more of a like if I am giving something like romantically, but this person is like giving me surface level.
Okay.
So that's kind of like making sure that I receive the love that I deserve. I'm not a person that like goes over and beyond, like at work. I done did that in my 20s. I ain't going, you getting just enough at work. But
so because it could go both ways. So like, say somebody like just giving you all this love, and maybe you feel like, man, they do a whole lot for me. Do they really like me? What's going on? Get suspicious of it, right? Because you don't really believe you deserve it. And so when it comes, it feels like it's a trick to it. What's their ulterior motive? They got something up their sleeve, because again, that's a sign of insecurity, not knowing who you are, because this person is doing. So either it goes on both ways, right? Either I'm giving too much or they're doing too much. Either way, it's an insecurity there, because you're doing too much because you want to prove that what you're doing should be seen. And if they don't acknowledge it, then how dare they? Right. What? You're not going to acknowledge all that I'm doing for you. You're ingratiating what I'm giving, right? Right? Like, but when you know who you are, no matter what you do, you know it's all a mirror of you, or whatever the person's doing is all a mirror of you, right? So if someone is loving on you and treating you like the queen that you are, and telling you, and it's because of you've complimented yourself, you've loved on yourself, you've given this all to yourself, and now it's just being mirrored back to you. So it should come with a joyous expectation. Like, yes, of course. Why wouldn't they do this for me? Because what? If they did anything less, I would think it was a problem.
Yeah, that's true. There's no such thing as it's too good to be true.
Right. Because when it becomes too good to be true, it becomes too good to be true.
There's no such thing as too good to be true. You deserve things that are amazing.
Yes.
And I need to stop using the word sabotage, and I need to stop saying that about that my SP that is going to be my husband. But that is what happened. I was not healed from my divorce, and I didn't think I deserved that treatment. I was like, whoa, what is all this amazingness? This old fine man is doing all this and buying me satin pillowcases and taking me to New Orleans and meet his mama. And I was just like, no. And I wasn't prepared for that. And you have to be, and you will sometimes, I won't use the word, but be a hater.
Yes, I like what this YouTube comment says. As human beings, we are prone to error, contradicting ourselves at times, or even being hypocrites. But that doesn't mean you are a bad person if you self-reflect and self-improve. We all need. Yep. The thing is, it's about a self-account. It's about an assessment, right? It's about being honest with yourself is what you think a relationship looks like.
Yeah.
And a lot of times people go in looking for something to be wrong. They're looking for red flags. Well, guess what? Whatever you seek, you're going to find. And since all states exist, right? The person that you're deciding to interact with, the state of them being the best partner you could think of exists, as well as them being the opposite. You're going to get out of them based on your assumptions about them, right? And love, as I say over and over, is about accepting a person as they are, because you want them to accept you as you are, right? Like, you don't want someone coming in telling you, I love you if you were just this, and this. And you're like, well, damn, I know that. If you were stick, right? You 5'1" and your guy telling you, I would love you if you were 5'6", and you were yellow bone, and you whatever. They're gonna tell you all these characteristics that don't match you, and say, oh, but I would love you if you had these things. Clearly you're with the wrong person. Right? Because that's not who I am. Clearly that's not who I am.
You're not doing no skin bleaching over here.
Right? And so that's just like some people, well, and if they just like the same type of movies I like, why they don't like the same type of music I like? Why they all into sports? And and it's like, but they're kind, they're thoughtful, they consider you, they're honest, they're committed, they're upstanding, and maybe they don't dress the way you would, that can be changed. You can easily be like, oh, babe, I think you would look good with it. And, and depending on I just know when somebody loves you and wants to be with you, they're not looking to nitpick. And they're not going to be offended so easily, right? Because love is not easily offended, right? So you're not going to be so easily offended about anything, about the way they talk, about the way they laugh, about the way of their humor, right? If all those things bother you, then maybe they're not the one for you. Maybe, they don't like you, right. Like, why are you trying to make somebody be different just so you can like them?
Right.
And a lot of people do that.
They do.
Because of fear of being alone, right? Like, they know the person is like into them, but it's just something that, I just wish they were just a little, and they're trying to make themselves like someone just so they're just out of the fear of being alone. You don't have to settle for out of the fear of thinking that you can have what you want. You don't have to compromise. The
You know
right
what?
person
That's
is
the reason why
available.
people settle. They don't think they can get what they want.
Yep. And you can get the person that you're mostly attracted to, that makes the income, that is committed, that is faithful, that is honest, that is right. And yeah, are you going to share everything in common? I don't, to me, that's like the important things are shared, right?
If
Like,
you like on Coming to America, whatever it is you like. You like to eat, whatever it is you like. We like to drink, whatever it is you like.
like if you're someone who takes care of the home well and you have no problem doing it, why would that be an issue, right? And then they come in and they love to cook, or you both love to cook, and you swap out, or you cook together, or you take turns, or what have you, right? Because I truly believe if you're not someone that loves to cook, you're going to draw someone who does, but your focus can't be they all men just want somebody that's going to cook. Well, all the men you're going to meet are all going to want someone that cooks. But if that's not your focus, like, because my thing with cooking, I'm indifferent towards it. It's not something I love. It's not something I dislike. It's something that has to happen, right? But my husband's a great cook. He cooks less now because he basically has, two passions that he does. So, and then get teenage daughter. So, there's a lot going on, right? So we probably dine out more than we used to. But I have taken up more of the cooking. But of course, I'm a stay-at-home wife too. Like, but he doesn't, if I don't cook, he doesn't come home and like, you sat around all day and how you didn't have a meal for me hot, ready, that's not an issue. It's not an issue. But I've heard that in other relationships, right? But I look at it, when you're not happy, you look for things, right? Like you nitpick. Like, dude, you knew this woman didn't like to cook and didn't like to clean 10 years ago. Now you 10 years in and you complain about something you knew about her when you met her, and now that's an issue? What, you thought she was going to metamorphose into a cleaner and a cooker? A metamorphosis was not about to take place. So instead of finding that to argue about, find out a way to maybe come to have someone come in and do this. Or you just don't have to accept people. I mean, you don't have to accept. I'm not going to say you have to accept. But wanting someone to be different for you to be happy, you're going to be holding your breath and you're going to pass out, holding your breath, waiting for that to take place. And
that's not love. Because it's not acceptance.
Right. People be trying to change people. And I'm just like, you can't. You were okay with it 5 years ago. What's wrong with it now? You were okay with it 10 years ago. Why is it a problem now?
And things change in relationships. Like my mom was a cook. She was a good cook. Cooked all the time. But once she became disabled, she could not cook. And she taught my dad how to cook from the bed. And my dad cooked like he worked in a soul food kitchen now.
I know,
right? But the roles switched. And he did all the cooking up until her last days. My dad can cook everything. He loves cooking. And but those things change. But I'm just a believer that expectation is the thief of joy. Like you keep putting expectations on people and they're them. And when you mentioned that, I thought about my sister, that she's always, my sister, since we were little girls, my sister does not like to cook. She didn't even like to cook on an easy bake oven. We had an easy bake oven and she would make stuff and just make me eat it. I'm like, you don't want to. But she married a man who loved to cook.
See?
And she never mentioned, I don't want to marry a man. She didn't make it a part of her thinking when she was dating. Of course, she always said she hated cooking, but she never mentioned not wanting to cook for a husband.
Right.
But she ended up marrying a man who loved to cook. And he could care less about her not cooking, really. Every now and then, and she cooks a little bit, and when she does, he's very like, oh, I love it when you do that. And she'll do it, but he does all the cooking. He's okay with it. And it just worked out perfectly for her.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're out there. You don't like it. You're going to find someone who compliments it, right? You don't like to budget. You're going to find a person that does like to budget. Like you're gonna find either you're gonna come together with the finances or one of the others gonna do the finances. It's just like I do think you have to be open and be willing to make it work. And there was this book back in the day, I think it was in the 90s. Don't sweat the small stuff. A lot of people be making mountains out of molehills. It's like you are looking for a reason to be mad. Oh my goodness, they don't switch out the toilet paper. Oh my goodness, they don't, the toothpaste or the toilet paper's on the wrong, on down and not up. Like just be looking for stuff to be mad about. But that's how you know that people are not happy with themselves, right? And so it's deflection. It's misplaced anger. You're trying to put on the other person the things because you're not happy with life. And that's why loving yourself has to be the first priority. Before you can ever give love, you have to be it. You can't give me something that you are not. So, that's, and that comes for all relationships. And, communication is key. You can't think that your partner is going to be a mind reader, right? Like, know how to communicate, know how to talk to one another, and not so much talk at, right? Not talk at, sometimes, and not to say that things won't get heated sometimes, but be able to come back and let cooler heads prevail, right? Because yes, there are going to be some conversations that's going to get a little trying, but when you love someone and you truly adore them and you respect them, you're going to find a way, right? Because some people argue and they hit below the belt. That has never happened with me and my husband. There is no hitting below the belt and, calling each other out their names and saying, that cussing at each other. We don't do that. We've never done that. And even when it comes to talking to your children a certain way, right? So even those relationships, right? Like I didn't cuss at my children.
I've had friends where I heard their mama just cuss them out, and I would just be like, mama's cuss.
Yeah.
But you know a difference between a damn, a hell, or shit.
Right.
Cussing at your kids, you MFer.
Yeah.
That's another ball game.
Yeah.
And I would be like, your mama talk to you like that? I never heard.
But people be angry, right? People be angry at life. And because they can't get a grip on it, where children are easily way to like let loose all that pent up aggression. And you whoop and you hit and you swear. And then people take that over into relationships, and now it's part of, because that's something that you just a norm. That's just how you communicate. That's just how you, but when you come to understanding that it's just a better way, right? It's just a better, and you just have to decide that you're going to be that better way. Now, here's the thing. If it works for you, call each other, who am I to say that you shouldn't do it? That's none of my business. If it works
for some people,
right? If that works for you, and that's how you rock, that's how you roll, and you don't have a problem with it, who am I to say that that's not how you should communicate? I'm just saying that that's not how I communicate with my husband or my children.
I've never heard my dad call my mom out her name, and I've heard my parents argue here and there, but my parents would try to protect us to the point, but they would go in the room and close the door and try to have their little discussion. But still, I wouldn't hear them cussing each other out in there. And so me being an adult, my ex-husband, he never called me out my name. So even now dating, I would clench my pearls if that happened. And a man might be like, you ain't never been called a bitch before? No. A level of aggression from a grown man is scary. You don't fight me? Because if you call it, oh God, am I in danger? So I'm not used to that level of aggression from a grown man. My father wouldn't even beat me because he didn't want his little girls getting comfortable with the idea of a man raising his hand to him. Right. So he would stick our mama on us.
and I also want to say when you meet someone, get to know them. And Kevin said, instead of reading the representative, see, here's the thing. This is a shift I'm gonna tell you that took place in me. There was no possibility of me meeting someone other than who I said I was going to meet. That never entered the mind that I was going to meet someone other than who they showed me themselves to be, because I was truly being me. So I was going to draw someone that was going to truly be them. Like them pretending to be something else or showing something. Why my husband and I knew that we were meant for each other, because we didn't have to pretend to be something else. There was no airs, right? We laughed. There was humor. There were, like I told you guys, I was like, I didn't feel like I had to like I was burping on our dog. Not on purpose, right? It's not something, but he wasn't offended by it, right? He wasn't like, oh my goodness, lady, don't do, not that you try to do. It was just it was just certain food, like especially I don't drink a whole lot of pop, but when I did, it would cause me to burp. It's just something that would happen. And for some reason, it happened when I was but
there's worse things that could happen.
Worse things that can happen. But when you know you can be you, and it's easy being you, and they're not judging you, right? And why are they not judging you? Because you're not judging you.
Exactly.
Because you feel safe enough to be unapologetically you. Why? Because you've done the work. Because you've done the work. People don't want to do the work. People don't want to change themselves. People want to get in a relationship and fix everything wrong with the other person.
Get away from me. Don't be Bob the Builder over here with me. You better go on. Go build yourself up.
But when you know there is no other option, right? When you decide, I'm a great woman. This great woman deserves a great man. The great man has to appear.
Right.
There are no other options.
Yeah.
There are no other options. They're going to love all your little, everything about you, they're going to adore. And if they don't adore it, it's not going to be an issue, right? It's not going to be something like that's going to like get under their skin or like.
Right.
Not to say that things don't arise, but then once not to say that you may not, the more you get to know a person, you like, then that's when you have to decide, is this an issue? Am I making it bigger than it has to be? Can I allow them to be in their space, in their way, and let them be themselves and still love them anyway? Right? That's what love is. Accepting the person as they are.
Yes.
And why are you able to do that? Because you accept you as you are. Right? When you accept everything about you, it makes it so much easier for you to accept other things about other people.
Right. I am very drawn. I love people who are themselves and accept me for being myself.
Mm-hmm.
That is like the biggest thing, like friends, anyone, like, because like, and I'll say like relationships, like with women, sometimes in the past, I'll be friends with someone and like, let's say there'll be a woman and she'll be like overly fixated on how often I wear makeup. You wear makeup every day? Well, I couldn't do that. Girl, I can't wear no makeup every day. No. I'm like, why are you fixating on what I do with my face? I do, like, I don't care who doesn't wear makeup. So why do you care who does? Just be yourself. You know what I'm saying? And I like people who are themselves.
Yeah.
Because I like to be able to be comfortable to be myself.
Right.
Just do what you like to do.
And so do you think that would cause you to be like, maybe they don't really like me because I do something that they claim that they wouldn't do?
I would hope not. I want people not to care about what I do. I don't want you to I
get it saying, oh, you do this, and then saying, well, I wouldn't. I don't think it's, so then I'm like, okay.
I've had friends like that.
Yeah. But I guess my thing is, it isn't so much that you do it. It's just that in their mind, they just wouldn't, and they're just acknowledging they would, not to say there's anything wrong with you doing it.
Yeah.
So I don't take it as, oh, women, oh, me, you wear makeup all the time? Girl, I just couldn't. I wouldn't do it. I froze.
I got you now.
Okay.
I got you back now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just, and I've had friends that would tell me, why don't you not wear makeup tomorrow?
Oh, not even. Now that's something different. That's something different.
You know what I mean?
Right, that's something, because I could say I noticed you do something and then say, oh, I wouldn't do, that seemed like a lot to me, right? I could say that.
Right.
But not saying, well, you need to stop doing it because I wouldn't do it. That's something totally different.
Yeah, and because when I interact with people, they're them, right? Like I like makeup, but I know every woman don't like to do that. I like to wear hair and wigs, so every other woman like to do it. Some people like natural, some, people like what they like, and I don't. It's not my permission to tell them how they should be.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I've had friends that don't like to wear makeup, and I would say, why don't you do your face sometime? I've never in my life told any female friend, anyone I know, that they need to do their makeup. But I've had so many women, why don't you wear no makeup today? And to me, like, it makes me feel like I can't, like, me being who I am affects you in some way.
Right. Yeah. And that's what. Yeah. I would think that was weird too. Like,
and I love people who just let me be me, because I want to let you be.
But I think we were like, I would go to so I would do stuff that most people wouldn't do. So I would go to a park in heels, and some people would be like, yeah, and it would make like a slack comment about it, and I'm like, you damn Skippy. I mean, I ain't changing it.
You know what I was saying? I was like, oh, you're so demure. I'm like you in a park.
But that's when I was younger. I'm talking. I'm 20. Not that I wouldn't do it now, but I probably wear more gym shoes than I did when I was like in my 20s and 30s. I wear more lower heel shoes, flats than I did. Yeah. I don't know if Latoxic wanted to say something. No, she had unmuted. Did you want to say something to Latoxic?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't think I had anything to say. I was just chiming in on what both of you all were saying. Nothing too crazy. I can't remember now what I was saying at the time.
Sorry. You just jump on in there, girl.
My kitten heels, and look, I just barely started wearing dresses at 41. I just never been a dress girl. Yeah. I'm a kitten heel. I'm clumsy. I'm scared.
Oh.
And I'm big on comfort. I'm scared my feet gonna hurt and ruin my whole night.
But yeah, I've never experienced somebody saying, well, you do this, so can you just be like me and not do it?
Because you're like, let's say you go somewhere and you're just all cute with your dress on and your heels and you looking very demure, and you with a friend that's got sweats on and they don't do nothing, and they're like, oh, you always be looking cute, make you feel like you're over.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're gonna get those comments.
And sometimes you got people that don't put no effort in,
right?
And then you be at work and you get on a Teams call, and as soon as you get on camera, everybody start fixing their hair. No, don't fix your hair. You can't work. You're like, don't fix your hair. You walked out the house looking like that. You were okay with how you looked when you left the house.
I get those comments too, because I think I was raised that way. Like, I was just raised that you just don't leave your house looking any kind of way. Not everyone's raised like that.
Mm-hmm. And that doesn't mean you have to put on no makeup. I'm not saying you looking nice has nothing to do with wearing makeup.
Right.
Sure.
At all.
Yeah, it's just a matter of, personal preference. And
I work with women that come to school with pajama bottoms.
But I can say I've had those comments too, and I just take I take it as a compliment, honestly.
You do. And it is, and you really have to not be affected when people do things like that. Now, I might not be your homegirl, because you're not going to try to make me feel bad for being fly. But you do have to take it as a compliment, because that's really kind of where it's coming from, and it's really not about you.
Right.
And that's where you have to kind of learn not to personalize things like that. But,
yeah. Some people wish they could do, they hit the energy to put the makeup on.
Or they say, you don't got kids.
To dress up, right? Yeah, they sometimes, that's just, their own insecurity, and you just gotta kind of let that go over your head. Like, girl, you'll be all right. I'm gonna do me. You need to do you. Hello, Ray. How are you?
Hey everybody. I'm doing well, just winding down for the evening. I had a great day.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I wanted to jump in on this conversation, and I'm laughing because this is so common among women. There just seems to be this inherent competition, which I think is natural. But if we're thinking about how everyone is us pushed out, then aren't they mirroring something within us? My whole life, I've dealt with this competition from other women, not in extreme ways, but definitely consistent. And when I got super sick a few years ago and I was meeting with my social worker, all these everyday experiences would come up. Mm-hmm. It was never really about the illness. It really wasn't. And so I would tell her what it was like for me every day, my lived experience, all my hangups. And I would tell her, go to work, I'm just wearing a dress because I like my dresses. I had this special store that I would go to. I would go to it. I first started going to it when I had a presentation to give, or if I was traveling. It was my special treat. It was my, I made it store. And they knew me. I even got a VIP, membership. I mean, it was fabulous, you all. And I was living it up, and I wasn't even trying. It was just home for me, right? Mm-hmm. But I couldn't explain it to anyone else, that they would start thinking oh, so you must be like this and you must think this. And it's no, actually, I just like the store because it's easy. I don't have to look around. They pick stuff out for me. They give me the biggest dressing room. They have champagne. Sometimes I bring my laptop and I'm working from the dressing room. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I didn't need anyone to co-sign on this, y'all. This was my own special life, right? Mm-hmm. So, but the days that those comments came to me when I was just, going to work. For example, one time my supervisor, she said, I just started this new project. So I was with a different team, different supervisor. And I'm a likable person, so people like me. So she said to me, I think it was Thursday. Yeah, it was Thursday. I started on Monday. She goes, after I was walking out of her office, she goes, and you can wear your jeans tomorrow. And I was okay, because I've been wearing dresses every day because that's just what I wanted to do. Mm-hmm. And also I had a second job and people dressed up more at this other job. But so I wore my jeans, and then there was this guy in the break room. He said, oh, you're more dressed up than, what did he say? Something basically, this place isn't used to people dressing up, basically. He was but I love it. Keep doing it, right? And so I was okay. So my point is, people notice, and some people, it's totally fine. That guy who's totally fine. But then some people, it bothers them. And so it causes them to look at you more closely. And that bothered me because I'm I don't want anyone looking at me more closely. I don't want people looking at me more closely. So then guess what I had to do? I had to come up with coping mechanisms. And I'm a smart person. I'm smart and I am authentic too. And I am funny. I do like to delight myself.
Why did you have to justify what you were wearing? Why did you have to give an explanation? And why did you have to change the way you dress just because your supervisor said that you could? I know that's an option. I know it's an option, but I choose not to. Like, why were you trying to go along with the crowd? Go along because you're not being true to yourself.
Because
that's not being authentic to yourself.
This is what I was trying to tell my social worker, because when you are a certain way, you're going to attract certain attention.
Oh, see, listen to what you're saying.
But that is what is happening.
But what did you just say?
When you are a certain way, you're going to attract certain attention.
Okay, so what happened?
Toya.
Right. You just said it. You created a law. You said when I do certain things, certain attention is going to be, it's going to be a spotlight on me.
And I don't want there to be a spotlight on me.
Then stop saying there will be.
Because I was telling my social worker, I was like, I just want to wear my dresses because I like my dresses. And I want to go to work.
But that's not what you said, though. You said, when I wear my dresses, this does something to people. I just can't wear my dresses just because I wear my dress.
My lived experience shows me that when I wear my dresses, people have something to say. There are
you think the outer is causing it?
Yes.
Never.
So that, I know, I've heard this before, you've said this before, I know, but honestly, I've been struggling all day. Because I'm like, I wrote one of those letters that you write and you burn, but I didn't burn it, I just ripped it up.
Okay.
But I was surprised that I was in that kind of mode, and it was probably because I put on a song that I listened to in high school.
Okay.
And so it brought up these emotions, and I just got into this FU mode. Even though I did feel some stillness underneath all that. It's kind of like, girl, now you tripping. I did feel that kind of calm, like, okay, I'm gonna let you rage out because you think you need to. I did feel like that kind of two entity type thing. But my emotions were still true. And I was like, F you. And oh, so it's me? I caused this? Oh, so it's a one-player game? Oh, so why? What's the point? In all of it? And after I was done, I ripped it up, and I actually felt better because I knew that wasn't the truth. I felt it wasn't the truth, but it still came up, and it still made me feel like, wow, is this ever gonna go away? Is this gonna come up years from now when I think I'm quote unquote healed? It's some stuff from childhood is gonna come up, and I'm just gonna burn everything down.
So you're giving out I think of the word. Is it a prognostication? Is that the word?
You know what? Yeah, prognostication. Yeah.
Okay. So you're trying to say, oh, I'm going to do all this work and it's still not going to work. That's not how the law works.
Yeah.
That's not how it works. When you're changed, unless you're not changed. Here's the thing. If you're going to say that the outer has power, you're right.
Yeah.
Because you're always going to get confirmation of what you accept, what you create. You're so powerful, you can make it seem like something else has power outside of you. That's just how powerful you are. You can give your power away. And you can say that the circumstances, that the outer, everything, that they are doing something to me. That's playing the victim. Right? And when you understand that you are the operant power, there are no victims. They're just players. They're just playing a role based on the script you wrote. The whole point of awakening is to take the power back. See, when you're asleep, okay, yeah, when we sleep, it's free game. We all are victims to our circumstances because we don't even know we created them. But when you awake and you understand that you create the circumstance, why wouldn't you create the circumstances beneficial to you?
Right. And I do have that mind sometimes.
Right. So when you wear your dresses, it's like, here's my thing. I guess from my perspective, if I'm going to think about anybody thinking about what I'm wearing or how I'm looking, it's going to be they're complimenting me. It's not that they're going to have an issue with what I got on. That's going to be the first thing from my mind, that when I put my clothes on, I do my hair, and I'm going to, when I used to go to work or whatever I would do, how other people saw me in my what I wore, they didn't enter my mind.
But how does this mindset even develop? Because obviously you're not born thinking, oh, everyone's looking at me. Oh, everyone's saying all these things about me. Those things happen, and then you develop that mindset, and then you develop.
Yeah, call it conditioning. Look, the way your family interacted with you, right? The way your family said things, maybe people wanted children to be seen and not heard, and wanted everybody to fit in and everything to, it's the conditioning, it's the programming, right? Like everyone's family is not the same, right? Some people their family gives them words of affirmations and tell them how beautiful they are, how confident they are, and then other people's families tear people down or don't even recognize or don't even acknowledge them, right? They're kind of just there. And so they're not getting words of affirmation. They're not being built up. They're not being told that they should be confident and should feel good about themselves and own their presence and own their moment and own their space. So it depends on what your conditioning was. But that's why when you come to this understanding, you're breaking off those conditions.
Okay, I get it. I get it. I definitely didn't have, my parents didn't say, you're beautiful or anything like that. It was all about your intelligence. And so, not that I didn't feel beautiful, but I just felt like, I had to be smart.
Okay.
Yeah. I had to be smart. And I remember my grandmother, when I was little, I remember someone saying how pretty I was. And she was like, it's the personality that matters more, So I didn't really think much about beauty until I was much older.
Right. And to me, that's why Neville, Joseph Murphy, Reverend Ike, they would teach you, don't go so much for digging up the past. Sometimes so much in the past, right? Like, it's not really why. We know why. It's how we were brought up. Mm-hmm. The question is not, what do you want now?
Right.
Like, let the focus be, what do I want now? Not what I experienced 2 years ago, not what I experienced 5 years ago, not what I experienced when I was unless it is still an issue, right? The best thing you could do about the past is reimagine it and forgive it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not, I'm in my 40s now. I'm not caught up in, I know I'm fine. I know I'm sexy, and I'm
just okay. So why are you telling this whole conversation about what you wore to work?
Well, because I work from home, so I'm not in those situations. But I'm saying, even if I were in those situations, I'm different. I'm wiser. But I'm saying my past. Basically, I'm justifying my past lived experience.
I know, because I thought that was still an issue now. So it's not an issue.
No, it's not an issue now. No.
Okay, so why are we talking about it?
Exactly.
What? I'm confused.
Today, how I was writing FU letters. That's what I'm saying. Stuff still comes up. That's all I'm saying.
But it's not even something you're dealing with.
Toya, I'm saying it comes up when I was raging.
You're supposed to let that come and be like, that's interesting. I used to think that way and keep it moving.
Okay, my whole point. Wait, say that again.
It's interesting that I used to think that way. It's interesting that happens, and laugh at it and keep it moving. Like, why are we making this a whole therapy session about, that's so unnecessary because it's not something that's your lived reality now. Now I could see it coming up if you were at a job now that you were dealing with that, and now you're going, yeah, I remember when I was working there and I was working, yeah, this always seems to happen whenever I show up in a certain type of style or a certain type of presence, people have an issue with it. But that's not what's happening.
I mean, Toya, I guess my whole point is that it's not black or white. It's not, when you are trying to take ownership of yourself, have accountability, things will still come up because your body remembers, your mind remembers. That's all I'm saying. Like, yes, I know I'm more confident now. I know I'm a beautiful woman. I know I'm intelligent, all of that. I can be in spaces where I own that.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I can be in spaces where I don't, because maybe I was focused on something else. Maybe something caught me off guard, like I was thinking the other day, I'm going to go to this networking thing. It wasn't even a networking thing. It was like a wine thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking, oh, do I really want to go? People are going to be like, who are you?
Okay. I get it, Ray. But here's the thing. This isn't a therapy session, though. And I just don't want to turn this into, this is not therapy. This is not about, let's bring up all our past wounds and let's talk about it for 20 or 30 minutes, because I'm not a therapist. I don't want to talk about the past hurts of 5-10 years ago.
Yeah.
Like that's not what we're doing here. We're talking about what's happening now. Like what's happening.
I understand
right?
That.
Right.
I totally understand that. I don't think.
And I feel like that we're going into this therapy type thing where we're trying to understand every past hurt. And I don't want to understand every past hurt. That's I'm not a therapist. I can't deal. I don't want to bring up that. I don't want someone else's issues to be my issue or to spend that type of energy on it, because I don't get paid to do that. I'm not a therapist. I didn't go to school for that. I don't operate in that. I don't know.
And I'm not asking you to, and I will close this out. But my only point is that things come up. The body remembers things, the mind remembers things. So when you are working towards taking 100% accountability that you are the one creating your own reality, there is some back and forth. That's my only point. So I bring up my examples just as examples, not because I'm using you as a therapist. Like, I'm just saying this is my reality as I'm trying to incorporate what I'm learning in this space. That's it.
I get it. I get it. When you get too much into the details, though,
that's just
that's the thing. You're getting too much into the mud of it, and it's just like the details are not necessary.
Well, they are for me, from my perspective, because that's just how my memory works, and I am a writer, so I live for those details. But I'll end it now, and I still appreciate this space, and thanks for hearing me out. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I want us to be in a space where, here's the thing. I know everybody has their own work to do, right? Everybody has their own work to do. That's for you to do, right? Though that's for you to do, not for anyone else to do. No one else can do the work that you need to do in order for you to get in the space that you need. But when you were talking, it sounded like it was a present reality until we talk more, because you didn't preface it with, this is something I used to deal with. This is something that I've overcome. That was not the language you were using. I thought this was something you were dealing with now until I asked more questions or we talk more through it.
Yeah.
Then it's like, oh no, I work from home. This isn't something even I'm currently.
But it is something that I have tools to handle now. But I'm also saying that those.
No, I'm just saying, not to say that you can't share, but just let us know that you're talking of a past experience and not a current reality.
Well, I am talking about a past experience, but I'm saying how the past still shows itself. So then it does become current. Yes, I do have the tools, I have the wisdom, I have the knowledge now to handle, but I'm saying sometimes it does get you. And I use my example of my like raging out this morning, you know, but so I wrote it out. I spent time with those feelings, wrote it out, then ripped it up, and then I was good for the rest of the day. I'm only saying like those things come up
Right.
sometimes, those memories, because I don't want to get in a space where I'm denying how I feel. I don't want to deny what I actually went through.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking like, okay, Raina, you know, like there were facts and then you had emotions. These are the things that happen. You had these emotions because you thought about them this way. That's why you had those emotions. But if you just look at the facts, this is what happened. So I am working with myself through these situations.
Yeah. And I understand, because, you know, you have people to tell you got to do inner work, shadow work, and healing work.
Yeah.
And that's not my space.
I know.
That's not my space.
I know.
I don't talk about the healing work, the inner work, the shadow work, right?
I've heard you. I'm trying.
Because I feel like you'll forever be on a journey. You'll forever be healing yourself. You'll forever be inner work, because you'll forever be bringing up the past.
Yeah.
And you'll never be in the present. You'll never be in the present moment. You will never appreciate where you are now and celebrate where you are now and be in the now and love you now. So focused on then. And
that's very resonant. That I'm so glad you said that, because that's what I needed to hear. And that is what I've been doing. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm just sharing a real
I know.
real experience.
And I'm glad you have the tools to help you, you know, realize where you are. But I just want you to celebrate more of who you are now and not so much talking about what you were.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Celebrate who you are now.
Okay.
Right? Like you are a confident woman who knows her worth, who knows her value, and is walking in that.
Yep. That's true.
That's where we want to live. We want to live there. Okay. And yes, and you can be emotional with that. You can cry over that. Oh my goodness, look how far I've come. Oh my goodness, I remember when I used to be that, but now I'm this. Yeah. And I'm going to celebrate that, and I'm going to be happy over that, and I'm going to cry over that, and I'm going to that's what I'm going to give my energy to.
Got it.
Because you come so far, you're not that person anymore. So why are we even giving light? Why are we even giving light to that? That's not who you are. You're an amazing, wonderful being who knows who she is. So that's where I'm going to put my focus.
Yep. Got it.
Yep.
For real, I got it.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Hello, Gigi. Hey, bestie. How are you?
Hey. How's it going?
Great. Thank you.
Doing good. Just listening to my sisters here, my queens here talking. I just want to say that I remember at a time where I kind of went through something like that until I started saying, you know what, people like how I dress, people like the way I look, people like my outfits, people like, you know, I just started, and it's like, well, I like it, so everybody likes it too. And it's funny because when I would go to the Playboy Mansion and stay there, you would see a lot of these famous playmates, you know, they're covers of magazines and dating celebrities and all this kind of stuff. And they were very insecure. They did not want anybody to see them without makeup. They would be shocked at me when I would be there on Sundays during their Sunday brunch thing, and I'd have no makeup on, my hair be up in a little ponytail, and I'd be, you know, either playing volleyball or swimming or whatnot. And they'd be like, you know, well, Gigi, why aren't you wearing makeup? I'm like, why would I wear makeup to go swimming? I don't care how waterproof that mascara is. It ain't gonna go well with the chlorine. It's like, why would I wear makeup to go swimming? What the hell? You know? It's like wearing a ball gown to go into a pool. Seriously? It doesn't make, I mean, if you want to, hey, you know, you do you. But, you know, and it would really, like, I would think to myself, like, why? I mean, these are like women that a lot of guys like worship, have them on their walls and everything, and they were extremely insecure. And so, I mean, and you would think, being playmates, they would be confident in themselves. Quite the opposite. Lots of times, so I was friends with some of them when they go see plastic surgeons, to get breast implants, to get their noses done, to get whatever, and Hef would pay for all this. Hef offered, and I said no. I said I happen to like myself just the way I am, so thank you. The only plastic I want is credit cards.
I know that's right.
And then I would go with them, and they'd be like, okay, you see Gigi's butt, give me her butt. You see Gigi's boobs, give me her boobs. You see her lips, give me her lips. You see her nose, give me her nose. They'd be like, thinking to myself, like, they all want to look like me, what the heck? But then I remember saying to myself, even before I went to the Playboy Mansion, my brother would have posters of these girls on his wall. He'd kiss them every day, whatever. And I'd say to myself, man, these women want to look like me. He's over here kissing these women. These women want to look like me because I'm pretty. I'm prettier than they are. These women want to look like me. And I would say that to myself when I walk into his room. And then ironically, when I got to go to the parties and whatnot, and wondering why they all wanted to look like me. And then I remembered, oh my God, yeah, I would affirm in my brother's room when I was a kid that they wanted to look like me. So it's crazy how powerful your thoughts are and how powerful your mind is. If you think to yourself that whenever you go somewhere that people don't like the way you dress or don't like what your outfit is, or they have a problem with you wearing makeup or something like that, that's just your thoughts reflecting. They're just playing the role of what you're thinking. So you can flip that. My friends don't care if I wear makeup or not. My friends love me the way I am. Women love me the way I am. I can wear whatever I want, dress however I want, look however I want. Women love it. They don't care, or they compliment me. Like I went to Pancake Day yesterday with my husband, and got like free pancakes at IHOP. And I must have had the waitress, even a customer, complimenting my boots, complimenting my purse, complimenting my hair, complimenting my lipstick. Where'd you get your lipstick? Where'd you get that purse? I was like, I got this purse at a garage sale for $5. Oh, my husband bought me these boots, or I just did my hair this morning, and and it's because I in my mind I'm thinking I get compliments. They don't care. People don't care if I have makeup on or don't have makeup on. If I have makeup on, they want to say something. They always say something nice. If not, then they just leave me alone. So it's really your thoughts. So
yeah, and then the thing is, okay, so what if you never get the compliments?
Who cares? I compliment.
Exactly. You have to get to the point where you don't need external validation, right?
Exactly. No, I don't need a validation.
And the thing is, there is no external validation because everyone that you pushed out, right? So if they're complimenting you, it's because you were first complimenting yourself. So that you're not shocked by somebody saying, oh my goodness, you're so awesome today. Oh, I love your smile. I love the way you did your hair, or your awesome is so on T. Oh, so perfect. It's so beautiful. You really, you should be a makeup artist, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Because I love your makeup, Mia. It doesn't. It don't look like you wear a whole lot. It look like
regardless.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you got on a whole. It looks very.
Yeah.
Look well put together. Well put together.
Even if she did even if she did go glam or gothic.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Yeah.
I know that, but women assume that you wear makeup because you're insecure.
Really?
I don't assume that women are lazy because they don't.
Right.
Because last time I checked, everybody doing AI photos of being as fabulous as they could be.
Woo.
True. Yep.
Hey. I don't wear makeup because I'm lazy, Mia.
When I don't wear makeup,
I don't wear makeup because I don't really know what I'm doing with it, and I just don't care to learn. So I guess it is kind of a lazy thing, and I touch my face too much to wear foundation, and I touch my face way
what's
too
important?
much.
The skin under your makeup. Your skin, look, ain't no Nestle Crunch going on here because I take care of my skin. But for me, makeup is like part of getting ready.
Right.
And but you know, it's part of my upbringing. I saw my mom get ready, right?
Mhm.
I never saw my mom go out the house in a bonnet in my life. I never saw my mom go out the house in rollers in my life.
Right.
I've never even smelled my mom being musty in my life. You know, I just be thinking like, I ain't never smelled my mama musty. You know, I just be thinking my mom was just such a woman, feminine, right? She smelled good. I only wanted kisses from my mama because her lips were so soft, you know? So, you know, for me, you know, and like I said earlier before Gigi got on, I don't think that you need makeup to be beautiful and to look well kept, right? I don't believe that. I believe you need to comb your hair, whether it's a wig, whether it's your hair, whether it's a fro, whether it's a perm, you need to look like you can roll out the bed. But, you know, I think that all women are beautiful, and I don't think that women who wear makeup are insecure. And I don't think that women who don't wear makeup are lazy. Some
Right.
women don't like makeup. Sometimes it irritates their skin. Sometimes they don't like to feel it. And, you know, and no, I don't wear nothing but foundation and blush. You know, I love my blush. And I put a little highlight. Sometimes I want to sparkle. And, you know, but I want to get
But we
my
know
brows done
insecurity
permanent.
was part of the conditioning, right?
You know what I tell men? I say,
Insecurity was part of our conditioning, right? Because when you
absolutely.
look at television, when you look at magazines, right? You look at we were told to not like who you are, try to look like this. And if you don't look like this standard, then you need to not feel good about yourself, right? So we know that was part of societal conditioning to make us feel less than if we didn't look a certain way,
And
right?
Snapchat filters, oh my God.
Oh,
my
hello,
God.
Blaze. Welcome. I know. I keep forgetting that I'm not on screen on YouTube.
Oh.
That I just have the green screen on YouTube. But hello, welcome to the YouTube family. I know I just have the green screen because I'm just showing the ebooks that I offer. You know, now you know there's a little small fee, a donation of $5 per ebook, or you can get 3 of them for 11 and all 6 for 22. So, and I had someone on Instagram was like, "Oh, I bought all your books just to support you." I was like, "Oh, thank you." Yeah. So if you just want to show some support, go grab the ebooks if you haven't grabbed them already. I know for a long time I had them free, but now there's just a small donation of $5. You can give more if you choose, but a small donation. Linktree is in my bio. They'll help you transform your thinking so you can get that self-concept together. You know, not saying that you need it, but if you feel like you just, you know, you need an extra, you know, assistance. And there it's biblically based. You know, I love the script because the script is all about the I am. It's reminding you of who you are, the beauty that you are. You know, I am beautifully or fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are thy works, and that my soul knows quite well. If you want to be constantly reminded of the greatness of who you are, the greatness of the I am, the invisible you, not this mask that you wear, right? The mask is beautiful too, right? Because the mask is perfect, it's ideal, it suits who you are. And loving you is the key to manifesting the best relationship ever, because the best relationship starts from within. Right? That's where the most significant relationship. You can't have a greater relationship than a relationship with self.
Absolutely.
And then go ahead.
And you know how people say you'll settle because you don't want to be alone. And I think that relationship with self and loving yourself, being able to be by yourself and to never be alone and never feel alone. Like, I love chilling by myself. Mm-hmm. Like I took a break from going out because I just wanted to be by myself and love on myself. And because if you fear being alone and you can't be by yourself, you will put up with a lot. Yep. And that's important not to do. And I want to touch on Mr. Flex while I got the mic, who said men don't like it on their pillowcase.
Can I pause you really quickly, me, before you get to that?
Yes, Ms. Latoxi.
There are a few gentlemen in the comments commenting about what we're talking about as women, and I just want to say, let's stay in our lane, shall we? If we're talking about women things, let's keep it to the women, and your preferences are your preferences. I'm sure you can find whoever you want to find out there who can fit your preference.
Oh Lord. Yeah, this is not a bash women because you don't like extensions and makeup. There are plenty of women that wear the natural hair and don't wear makeup, that are plenty of women out there, but you don't have to tear one woman down for something that is not your preference. We're not doing that. See, this is what I mean by you attract who you are and not what you want.
Yeah.
Because guess
And you-
what? The men I like buy me a satin pillowcase to rest my head at night and don't care about this makeup and this beat face. And they get to see this beat face and how I look, how I came here in the morning, but you got to be lucky enough to wake up with me.
Yeah, I think it's artistry. I love it.
It is. I
I
think
wish I had the patience.
man, I don't have the artistry. Like I throw a little foundation on occasionally, a little pressed powder, and I just put my little fake eyelashes on, and I do a little, and lip gloss, and I keep it moving.
Honestly, I'm
the
like, I'm
artistry. I'm
cute
like,
enough.
gorgeous
I'll pass. No one's gonna be offended by.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any makeup on now. I just got eyelashes on and lip gloss now. But
Yeah.
I love to see the transformation because I'm like, y'all
I
can
do
contour,
too.
get a smaller nose, higher cheekbone. Like y'all be doing the thing. Y'all be like, woo, all right.
I just
Applause
want
to
to get
you.
my brows done so I could just go out with lashes and lip gloss. I just want like my brows like microbladed.
Oh, okay.
In LA, because I love my natural brows are kind of full, but I just want them to look clean and like look. Because if you get some brows and throw on lash lip gloss, you got good skin. That's all you need.
But you know what? I think men do appreciate the artistry too. I think it's just the negative comments are from just a different mindset.
Why y'all loving Beyonce and Rihanna and all of these? Y'all would.
And they
These people wearing the makeup, they wearing the fake hair. The people that y'all esteem as the
Right.
beauties of the industry or of that you see, stop.
That's
You
what-
so you
that's
wouldn't
what I'm
date
thinking
Beyonce
too.
if she gave you a chance. You wouldn't
Yeah.
date Rihanna. You wouldn't date these women that wear, and white women wear extensions too, just so you know. It just ain't a black thing. Everybody wearing them. The Asian woman, the European woman, and the African, every Caribbean, we all wearing them. We
And
all
John
wearing
Travolta
them.
had the first lace wig. Him and Michael Jackson.
But I'm not saying you shouldn't want your preference. You should. I don't know why you don't need to tear down other people to build up your preference.
I'm not here shouting from the rooftops and tearing down a man who does not fit my preference.
So that we start talking about preferences, it's gonna get
It's gonna get real touchy real fast.
It's gonna get real
It's gonna get real
exciting.
therapy in a minute. So let's keep it together. Let's keep it cute. You can have your preferences, but honey, let's not start doing a two-way street type of thing because then it might get real ugly. So let's be cute.
The toxic boy and Mia. Don't let them.
Don't get
Don't
jumped.
let them. 'Cause they- Woo! You don't know what you stepping in. You don't want to get in that ring. You do not want to get in that ring.
My eyes.
I don't play about that because I like to in my life outside of TikTok. I like to believe in for fun sometimes. Sometimes I like it, but it could get real touchy real fast. So I'm trying to be cool. Let's keep it cute.
Oh,
This has been fun. Where is A-Town?
I know, right? Did you share? Did you share the live
You
too?
need to share the live to him because I think
He
dodging this.
He not on.
Oh, he's
not
specifically
online.
not on. He online 23 hours a day except for these hours.
Beauty, as they say, is in the eye of the beholder, and every pot has its lid. Go ahead, Gigi.
100.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is that I love wearing wigs. I mean, I have long natural hair. I used to relax my hair. I don't relax my hair anymore, especially when I found out I can just go natural. I was like, yeah, no more relaxer. But I mean, if other women relax their hair, hey, you do you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like to color my hair constantly, although I do like to wear different colors. And I'm thankful for wig companies like Outry or Utri, however you pronounce it, because they have pink wigs, black wigs, purple wigs, all kinds of wigs. So whenever I want to be blonde, I have a blonde wig. Whenever I want to be a redhead, I have a red wig. Whenever I want to have purple hair, I have a purple wig. So I mean, I know I'm not the only one supporting that $1 billion industry. There's plenty of us women, and including men, that wear wigs. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's about the person.
Yeah.
My husband doesn't care. My husband's like, he's like, baby, I love that you did it, because it's like being with a different person. I'm like, okay.
And we would love to hear from the men regarding relationships. I know we're just hearing one side, of the aisle. We would love to hear it. So, men, come on, step up, and
Ken?
look, well, my husband not coming up here. He not getting out here.
Neither is mine. Nope. Tell Julia and Cisco I said hi, and everybody said hi, but no, I'm not coming up.
Down there last when I was talking about having Star Crunch on my head, them Nestle Crunch puberty bumps. Everybody had the Star Crunch up here.
Yeah.
Hey, gotta take care of the skin. That's the most important thing.
Right. So LaToxic and Ray, do you all have anything to add to the relationship? I know Mia talked about how she's very open about her dating life and her, road and path. Do you guys have anything?
I think I came on after you guys were talking about relationships, because I don't remember.
You didn't hear me. Yeah. I mean, she's been not just tonight. She's been open with it.
Oh yeah.
Many times.
Well, I mean, I've never centered men in my life. And going back to my upbringing, that it was all about making it and being smart and staying true to yourself, but also don't piss your parents off, right?
Okay. So are you married? Are you dating?
I'm not married. I'm not dating. I have recently, I feel like I'm at a point now in my life where I do want to share my time with a partner, because I know myself more and I know what I want in a partnership. So I had to get to know myself, because I was living under someone else's narrative. So once I started creating a narrative for myself, I'm like, okay, like now I know what I deserve and like what I don't have to put up with. And I was putting up with stuff because I was living under a different narrative, like I said. Like you were saying, Toya, like we're conditioned to, center men. Women are conditioned to do all these things, right? But when you start healing, when you start living your life for yourself, that takes time. That takes time to heal all those. I don't know. I feel like I don't belong here anymore.
No, you do. Here's the thing. No. We don't want you to feel bad about anything. I don't want you to feel bad about where you are.
I'm totally a lived experience person. That's how I write. That's my background. So it's like
well, I just want you to realize that you're creating the same narrative over and over when you say, well, because you think the experiences can't be changed, like the experience are set in stone, right? So you're like, well, I had this experience, so it must be true. As if you can't change it. And a lot of people think that way. People think, well, because I've always been experiencing it, that must be how it is. And I'm telling you, no, that's not how it is. You now have a choice. You actually can redesign your experience by changing how you talk about it.
Yeah.
Changing your ideas and your beliefs around it. It now becomes a choice. See, before you didn't think you had a choice because you're like, well, this is all I know.
Right.
And so this must be so. And I'm saying, no, you can know something different. You can actually have a different experience, right? Because before I met my husband, my known experience with men was that they were unfaithful, they lied, they were disloyal, they were uncommitted, they were womanizers. That's how I saw men. So I dehumanized men. And said that they only offer one thing. They don't have any feelings. They only see women as an accessory. They don't see women. They don't esteem women. They look down on women. I had to change that. Because if I didn't change that, I wouldn't be married to the man I am married to today.
Yeah.
Because I recognized I drew me to me. When I recognized, I was like, oh, hold up. I'm not dishonest in a relationship. I've never cheated. I'm not unfaithful. I'm not disloyal. I'm a very good woman. I have great character traits to offer to a relationship. I know I'm a good woman. I deserve a good man. And I got one. once that switch flipped, that I deserved a good man, there was no other option. So like when people say, oh, you may get their representative or maybe red flag, that never entered my mind anymore. Once I had flipped the switch and said, no, I deserved a good man because I was a good woman, it was impossible for me to get anything less than that.
Right. Well, I'm not gonna say anything else.
No, you can't. Because here's the thing. You're thinking what a lot of people are thinking. You're saying what a lot of people are thinking, right?
Honestly,
and so we love that you are sharing. You're open. I'm just helping you to move over to the side of acceptance and not dwelling on the past. Let's move from the past and move to the present and the future and your future now you're creating.
I hear you.
Right?
My experience with men actually has been good. It's just me who has been afraid to want more for my own safety. So I've had good relationships with men, but I was the one who was always like holding back for my safety. It's like, okay, I can exit this whenever I want. You know, I've definitely had that because my mom, you know, she was subservient to my father. And because we all were raised to be self-sufficient, I was different from my mom. I had a different mindset. And she even encouraged her girls to be self-sufficient, don't depend on a man, but no one ever bashed men in my household. And, you know, I have other siblings, other sisters, and a lot of us aren't married. We're very like hyper independent. We are, and we're fun to be around, you know, like it's not like we're scary, you know, but,
but here's the thing. It's not about, I guess it's more than how you were raised to be independent. It's your view on relationships.
Yeah.
Like, what is your core belief around that's what not that you need to tell us if you're not ready to share that, but that's why you have the relationships you have. Not because you were raised to be this independent, self-sufficient woman. The reason why you attract the type of man that you attract, the type of relationships you've been in, is because of your core beliefs about relationships. That's what you attracted.
I think my core belief, I will say my core belief is that it's unsafe.
Okay. There you go. So you're okay. So you don't feel vulnerable. You don't trust yourself.
No, I can be vulnerable. I can be vulnerable with a stranger because I know I can always leave.
Then that doesn't go with relationships are unsafe.
Because I don't know how to say this. I'm saying that I haven't had that mindset. I haven't had that experience where I felt completely safe in a relationship where I'm vulnerable, where, you know, it's unconditional love and we're going somewhere. I've not had that experience. I've only had moments.
Well, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. That you're not allowing yourself to be vulnerable, to truly love, to truly trust.
Relationships are unsafe.
Right. But when I said that, you're like, no, I've been vulnerable. But then you say so I just want you to be aware that you're double speaking.
Well,
you're saying that you're vulnerable but not vulnerable. So is it? But I know you're not being vulnerable when you tell me you're not safe. So that means that you don't truly.
I could be safe in a moment. I could be safe in a day. I could feel safe in a week. I feel safe in a month, 6 months, a year, because I know I could get out of this. That's what I mean.
So you have an exit plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
So are you really
I'm just keeping it real.
I'm saying what I'm saying. Are you really being vulnerable? Here's the thing, are you really trusting yourself? Because why we got an exit plan?
Yeah.
Just in case you have
Yeah.
another option. That's how this is what I have been telling.
Yeah.
When you have a plan A and then a plan B, C, D, you haven't made
Yeah.
a decision. There's no decision there.
Yeah.
You haven't decided that you can have an amazing relationship.
No.
You can be
I haven't.
safe. Right.
Yeah, I haven't.
Yeah.
I haven't.
And
'cause
and here's the thing. If you're okay with that, I'm not here to tell you to change anything, but if you want to experience that, it is necessary that you change that.
Yeah, I got it.
Or you're just going to keep on repeat experiencing
Yeah,
being
no, I get it.
unsafe, being, having an exit plan just in case this, and I need to let you know, I was doing this before you got here. Women love to say that. I have friends that say, I don't need you. I was doing this before you can. Don't you know I can take care of myself?
You know what, Toya? I'm actually not like that. I'm actually very delightful. Here's the thing.
So wait a minute. I've had friends say that. I'm like, here's the thing. You're in a relationship not to be saved. Like, what we doing? We're not in a relationship to be saved. We're not Snow White. We're not a damsel in distress. The whole point of the relationship, for those of us who have awakened, we're here to share our world. We're just here to share our world. We're here to share our world. I want to share your world and you want to share my world, and we're going to share our worlds together.
I'm in my 40s. I've been independent since I was 18, so I'm definitely not looking for anyone to save me. I know I'm my own savior, but I was sharing that limiting belief. Mm-hmm. I know it's a limiting belief. I'm not holding down to it. I'm just saying, hey, I'm a real person who's learning.
Yeah,
but
right. And I tell you, I was there, so I know exactly where you're coming from.
Because we all have been there.
Yeah,
we're all human.
Yeah.
I'm also saying, Toya, that I realized recently that I need a new language to describe my life, because how I was raised and how I've been living for the past couple of decades was someone else's framework, someone else's story. So once you start to open your eyes and see, hey, you are the one creating your own reality, you do have to create a new language. You do. Right.
And here's the thing, it's nothing wrong for those women who want to be taken care of. Who's tired of paying all the bills, who's tired of working. Exactly. They want the soft life. They want to come home and somebody else has cooked the meals and cleaned the house and it can be your husband that does all that. You have some marriages where the man not only brings home the bacon, he making sure the house clean, he making sure he cooking it in the pan. You have men like that. And here's the thing, they exist because all things exist. So to say that these things are an impossible feat is not the truth. It's the truth for you. In your reality, you won't find it if that's what you think. If you think that these men don't exist, they will not exist for you. Just know that.
I'm going to start dreaming him up, because I haven't been dreaming him up. But I want a man who gives me
You can get exactly what you want.
No problems.
You can get exactly what you want, both men and women. I know we're coming from the more woman lens because I know I'm a woman, but that's why I wouldn't mind a man coming up to share the other side. And, because I'm not going to say I can think for men, and not saying that all men think the same, just like all women don't. I understand all men they're not a monolith, neither are women, but there are some general beliefs out there about the opposite sex and the roles of them and how they should be expressed, right? And I can realize there are no roles. That your relationship is your relationship and you get to cultivate it the way you see fit. There is no wrong, there is no should and must in relationships. It's how does it work in your household, in your relationship? What is it that you want? And you shall have it because this is your world. You're writing the script. The role that you're writing out for the other person is the role they will play in your reality. Just know you draw who you are. You're always drawing what you assume to be true. So if you assume in the core of your soul that I don't really believe that a man like that exists, then guess what? You'll never find him. Just want you to know that. Neither will you find a woman.
But it's hard to imagine that when you don't see it.
Look, I was in the same boat, but I imagined it. And I got
Okay.
it. So I know it's possible. I know it's possible. Go ahead.
Write it up.
Go
You better
ahead.
write your story. You better use ChatGPT. You better come at pictures.
Go ahead, Latoxi. Go ahead. Because you share things about your past relationships too.
Yeah. I've been married before. Ended up getting divorced. I was married at a young age. I've had both good and negative experiences with men. Mostly good, but obviously some negative. Where I'm at right now is I'm what Toya literally. I was just when you had asked me what I was going to contribute to this part of the convo. You just said what I was going to say, which is I'm realizing I can have what I want. Mm-hmm. And I realized that because I remember this was a couple of years ago. I was at a work conference, and in a new city I'd never been to. And long story short, this guy I had never even considered this particular guy being my type or anything like that. He was just enamored with me. He was just totally enamored with me. And I was like, you know what, you're doing too much, but I'm here for it. Okay. So anyway, long story short, I ended up leaving, of course, the work conference. And then I was like thinking to myself, I'd really like to experience more of this particular type of person. And it was really just a matter of like their lifestyle and, the way that they do things. And anyway, not a couple weeks after that, I was in my local hookah spot where I'd be posted up. And I was just, minding my business, and that exact same type of person walked up to me. Wow. And was, long story short, I have been experiencing that because I realized, I said I could have it. Or I just said, it'd be nice, or whatever. I think I told you all a story about how I was playing piano, and like my neighbor came and knocked on my door, and I was worried about how like people were, going to be upset with me playing piano. But this guy was like paying me all these compliments. He was like, I just love your playing. He obviously didn't know who was playing. So, but again, he was my exact type. Come straight to my front door. Didn't even have to leave my house.
Look at that. So
all I'm trying to say is,
you have to go far.
I can get what I want. And so now I'm getting, relatively specific on the type of relationship that I'm looking at. I'm still not super, super clear on the type. There's the type of relationship that I'm looking for. Like I know what I want certain parts of it to be like, but I'm still trying to figure that out. I'm still a little, I'm pretty sure I want to get married again. Like, I'm pretty sure I want to, do that. I'm not confident on having kids. But in my mind, I'm just like, there's no reason. If I can manifest my type coming to my front door, I can have what the hell I want.
Yeah.
So I'm about to, I'm feeling really optimistic early at this stage of my life, and I'm feeling, happy. And I am, someone who has never had a problem being by myself in that way. Like I always enjoy my own company. So being in a relationship has a little bit, my hang up for me is, I find relationships to be kind of like taxing, to be kind of like, I have to take the focus off myself. Like I like to focus on me and focus on my own life. And so being in a relationship is sometimes a little bit of a burden to me because I'm like, what I have to consider what you want. Absolutely not. No. So yeah, I'm working on that. I realize that's not like, I'm being honest with you, like that's how I am. Like I got out of a relationship. I was in a relationship for 4 years. And a couple of years ago got out of that relationship, and I was so relieved. I was just like, wow, I just enjoy being with myself. Like I love this. So I think that's my biggest thing is like I mean I definitely do want a relationship, and being in a getting married again I think would be really nice. I don't know about kids, but so doing that I want to do that, but part of me is like I have to start considering like I like for the longest time I've been thinking like the long distance relationship would be perfect for me because I still get to live my own life. I mean that's that's where my mind is right now. I'm trying to work on that.
Why? So there are plenty of people who live in separate houses.
Yeah,
Some people are married and live in separate houses. Like
I'm not sure if I could do that, but I understand why they do that. Like I totally get that. It's just I'm a little bit of half in traditional, half out of traditional. Like I like the good parts of being traditional, and I really, really don't like the bad parts of being traditional. So in my mind, I'm just like, I don't know what is next for me, but I mean, I would definitely enjoy like long distance type of things. I enjoy my life. I like living my life. I like having my own plans. I like, doing what I want to do on a whim,
Yeah, I mean, you'll draw the type of person that isn't needy, doesn't need to be out underneath you, doesn't need your attention, right? That you come together when you want to come together, when you want to travel together, or when you want to go out on a meal together, have a meal together, or whatever. It's your world, it's your reality. So you're going to get someone that's real easy with that and wants exactly the same thing you want because you're going to draw you.
That's my thing. I would like to meet. So I always meet people when I'm traveling. So I enjoy that. That's a lot of fun for me. But I always feel like I would like to feel comfortable and confident in a local relationship. My last relationship I was in was local, and we lived together for 4 years. And so I would like that. But at the same time, I'm like, can I deal with that for real? Can I really do that? I don't know. So I had to work through that.
Hey, whatever you say.
Where does healing fit in all of this desiring the ideal partner? Because what if you're not, what if you're still dealing with some things?
Girl, when are you ever going to not be dealing with things is my question.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So what if you decide, I want to deal with my stuff, so I'm not even thinking about a partner?
That's okay.
So
if you want to.
I mean, no one's saying you have to be in a relationship if you don't want to be in a relationship.
Okay. But so you're saying that your desire is separate from your state at the moment? Because if you have all this unhealed trauma, you're saying all you have to do is have a desire that's outside of that current
Who's
state?
saying you have unhealed trauma?
Who's saying that?
Yeah. Why does not desiring to be in a relationship means that you're dealing with unresolved issues?
Well, because things live in the body, right? The body remembers, and those things are going to come up in the relationship. So you're unhealed, like things come up in a relationship. So you can say that you want.
What you mean things? What things? Are we prophesying again? We trying to just create issues, like we just want it to be an issue.
I should not say anything.
No.
I'm grappling with all of this, and I feel like most people would. And I'm not like saying anything's wrong or at all. I'm just saying like it's difficult. it's for me it's difficult. I know, Toya, you said it's just decide. And trust me, I do decide on some things, and I do see like, oh, look, it's happening,
I mean, yes, when you're conditioned to think there's issues, you're going to create the issues.
Yeah.
I'm just, that's what I want you to know when you just, because here's the thing, you're deciding it when you talk about it.
Okay, so I was thinking, like, if you say you want an attentive man, okay,
Mhm.
oh, I desire an attentive man, then, but do you have to think about all that comes with an attentive man? Because, like, an attentive man isn't just someone who notices when you're hungry, or notices, like, oh, I'm gonna buy her flowers because she likes it. An attentive man notices when you're on the phone, notice you when you're eating too many cookies, notices when, so.
No, I don't.
Ray, you crack me up.
No, I don't. No, I
Stop laughing
don't.
at
So
me.
you're saying that
Girl,
your
you're
guy
funny.
will find it that you shouldn't be on the phone, that you shouldn't eat cookies, like, so they're
I'm
not
saying
your
an
parent.
attentive man is not just attentive in ways that you desire. That's what I'm saying.
Really?
Well,
I'm
that's
saying
what
we're saying that they are. But hold on,
Okay.
Ray. But hold on, Ray. I'm gonna go to Key, and then
Okay.
we'll because we want you to understand that this is your script. It really is your story.
Yeah, that's why I keep saying I should stop talking. Not because I'm mad or anything, because it's like, dang, talking is a problem for me.
No. We're here to help. We're here to, if you're willing to shift your perspective, we're here to help you shift the
I am.
perspective.
I
So
am.
that's
I am.
all. Go ahead,
I
Key.
wanted to
Go ahead,
hey,
Key.
guys, I really wanted
Hello,
to cut
Key.
in.
How are
First
you?
of all, hey guys, hey T. I really wanted to cut in when she was talking about like the trauma, and I'm like, well, if you stop thinking about it, right? Then if you stop going back to it, right? Because it doesn't exist anymore. You can't touch it, you can't taste it, you can't see it anymore. It only exists in your thoughts. So it's like, like a dog going back to some throw up and eating. It's gone. It doesn't exist anymore unless you keep thinking about it. So how can it be it's trauma because you choose it for it to be trauma. Right? So I wanted to cut in and say that. But first of all, I was on my way to the gym because, Wednesday is gym days. That's why I never get on. But I saw you guys were talking about, like, I saw my face was up here. You guys were talking about relationships. I was like, oh, man, okay, the gym don't have to wait till later. So I remember I shared that I didn't want to get remarried. And I was married in my young 20s. And then again, 20 years later, and I realized I didn't like the idea of marriage for me. The number one reason it was because what you guys were talking about before, and that was because I believe that there had to be traditional roles of like the whole cooking and cleaning. And I believe that that's what men expected from me. So it just caused so much tension in the marriages. But I knew I drew them in because that was my belief, right? I didn't know any better, but now I'm meeting you and other women who are like, no, me and my husband, my husband takes care of me. And I don't have to do all the cooking and cleaning. I choose to, right? So now I have a whole different set of beliefs. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe. But then I know that I know it's going to sound strange, but I'm not willing to honor marital vows, right? I'm not willing to. I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to be committed to someone till death do us part.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be contractually bound to anyone.
Right.
When I'm done, I'm leaving.
Yes.
And no marriage commitment is going to stop that.
Right.
So it's like, why get married?
Yeah.
And guess what I always run into? Men looking for marriage. I'm like, why do I keep meeting men that want?
They're trying to
marriage?
snatch you up, girl.
I know. I'm like, nah, you can't. And I'm like, so it has to be, something I'm drawing these people in, and I also know that I want to I wouldn't mind seriously dating, but he would have to be giving and generous. Yep. Mm-hmm. And but I know I can't occupy 2 states. And I was in an off and on relationship with someone for like 2.5 years. Mm-hmm. And we would be off for several months and back on. And it just caused all of this. Ugh. And so I hadn't heard from this man in 5 months. I'm like, it's over. Like, but I was still missing him. And if he came back, I would have took him back.
But then just yesterday, I decided, 'cause I heard your voice. You was like, I decided I was done. And me and ChatGPT had an argument about it. Yes, because I'm like, I'm done. I'm deciding I'm done. And Chat was like, it don't work like that. You can't just decide that. It has to be different decisions that you continuously make. You don't just decide because it was just this whole discussion. I'm like, no, I'm deciding that I'm done. And guess who showed up? The guy.
Right.
the day I decided that I was done, here he comes, calling, begging, whatever, pleading, the whole shebang. But guess what? It's too late. When I say I decided, I'm no longer attracted to you. I'm no longer feeling any type of like romantic feelings. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of like irritated that you're bothering me. And I'm like, it flipped from the day before, I would have ran in his arms. And the day I decided, I became to the point where I'm not even responding. Because I'm like, wow, Chat, you were wrong. you can decide. Yes, you can. So, and I just think that's so funny, but yeah. So,
and most people tell you, oh, that was the universe testing you. What I would say, that was the old state trying to resurrect.
Oh, for sure.
Right? There's no test.
No test.
There's no test. It's just that's just the old state. And you could have given life to that state.
Yeah.
But you tried.
I kept talking about it.
You're right. You chose once you decide there was no other option. That's how you know you shifted. Now, regardless of how he showed up, what he said, how much he pleaded, bad, oh, I miss you, I can't do no. Once you have decided, and you decided, because there is no exit plan. There is no option, no other option. There is no plan B. That's how you know that you've decided.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I'm like, I did decide, like, to the point where within 24 hours, I went from, in La La Land, romantic to ill. like ill. Like, why are you bothering me? Like, it's so funny. I'm like, wow. Like,
I know, right?
You can't decide. You can't decide. Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm just listening, and enjoying the conversation. But yeah.
Oh, and we have a gentleman on the panel.
Finally.
Hopefully we get a male perspective up in here. Hello, Justice. Just us.
What's good?
Hello, welcome.
What's good with y'all? I'm always coming in to get a plate, and I'm normally just listening and all that, man. But this relationship thing is kind of spicy. I like that. So salute to you. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to our channel and all that. But first of all, in my perspective, in regards to relationships, my advice is love yourself. Like, really love yourself. Don't worry about no relationship. Don't go looking for no relationship. Don't go chasing no relationship. Don't go do none of that. Love yourself. Love yourself for all the quote-unquote indifferences. If you just do kooky things, you just do whatever it is you do, and love that and enjoy that and embrace that, because that's who you are. You feel what I'm saying? Take that. Like, in certain individuals, they have certain things that they would consider a vice. You can take that same thing that's considered a vice and use it to improve yourself, or whatever the case may be. But the thing of it is, you have to love yourself. And when you show that light and you have that light, individuals, you just going to mirror that. You're going to find the person that like that and going to be attracted to that. They're going to be doing the same exact things. And the things that most people look at it like, oh, I don't like that, or yeah, that's kind of weird. They're going to embrace it and they're going to love it just as much as you love it, because you love yourself. Now, it's a thing with this though. Sometimes you write this script, and sometimes you got to be careful, because you'll write this script and you get what you asked for, but then you'll double back on it like, I can't believe this can be true. Like, oh no, this can't possibly be right. Like, no, it has to be something wrong. Please, my advice, do not do that. Do not do that. I just basically dropped. I just walked out of heaven because I just wrote the script and walked myself out and didn't realize it until I actually doubled back and looked at it like, yo, I really just wrote myself out of there for no apparent reason because I didn't believe I could actually have this particular status. I couldn't just walk in the door and smile from ear to ear, regardless of however the situation may be. I didn't believe I could be with somebody, whereas if we was in a cardboard box or we was in a 50,000 acre mansion, it is, I mean, the love is still be the same. I didn't believe I could have it, and I had it, and because I believed I couldn't have it, I dropped it.
If it seems too good to be true for you, it will be too good to be true for you.
Just love yourself and continue to push on for yourself and do what you need to do, and it's gonna come. It's gonna mirror yourself. It's gonna bounce back. It's gonna be organic. You ain't have to worry about it. It's not gonna be something you're gonna be thinking about. It's just gonna happen because that's the way you wrote it in the script.
Yes.
So
Yep.
you
That's
know,
why identity is self-concept. Identity is important. You have to see yourself as being the person that has this. And so we say worthy and deserving, but it's not even about worthiness or deservingness. It's because you said so. That's what makes it so. It's because you decided this is what you wanted and there were no other options. It could not happen. It has to take place.
Can I add on to that too? To what you're saying, like I feel like that whole concept of worthiness has been really, it had been in the past like really difficult for me to detach from because I mean obviously like in Christianity like it's a big part of you know the mindset of like, oh, you're not worthy, you know, God is, you know, worthy and you're not worthy, but then you are worthy, but it's like, are you worthy or are you not worthy? It's like a whole, it was a very confusing thing for me. And especially like as a woman, like we always talk about like women are, you know, worthy, women deserve this, deserve better, deserve more, whatever it is. And it's just kind of like, well, that's a very, it's a moving goalpost because based on what, right? Based on what are we determining the worthiness, you know? Like, is it because we're beautiful or, you know, this or that or whatever? And so it's been even going thinking about the relationship thing. Like I always thought to myself, well, I'll be worthy of a good relationship when X or Y or whatever, as opposed to like what you were just saying that, oh, well, actually, I just feel like it. Like I just said that because that's what I just feel like. So, and I just think the key thing that I'm trying to, you know, that I'm focusing on is, you know, there's a million people who are quote unquote unworthy of whatever the good thing is that they have in their lives, and yet they have it. So it doesn't,
because who decides the worthiness, exactly, right? Because the world will tell you it's based, your worthiness is based on what you do. Right. When consciousness says it's who you are, has nothing to do with what you do.
Right.
And we do know that a lot of people don't do a whole lot and they got a whole lot though.
That's what I'm trying to get to. Yeah. Because I'm just like the whole concept of like, oh, I'll be, you know, even myself, like I was like, I got into, so I got, when I was, this is a long time. I won't tell my age because I am only 25, but when I was a younger 25, and I got divorced, and about like maybe a year after that, I got into another relationship, and the relationship was great, and it was perfect. It was great. I mean, sure, it was not perfect, but like, I felt weird about that. I felt like maybe it's something similar to what Mia was saying before. I felt like, oh, I'm not ready for this. I don't know. You know, I'm not, you know, it was too good to be true or whatever it was. Ended up being a great relationship. We didn't end up staying together.
She probably got a phone call. Go ahead.
We didn't end up staying together, but it ended up being still a great relationship. You know, I don't even consider him like one of my quote unquote exes because, I guess I have a negative view of that word, but, you know, we just ended up working for other reasons, but it was still a great relationship. And so in my mind, I'm like, I didn't need to do anything different or deserve anything to be in a great relationship with a good person. So in my mind, I'm trying to right now distance myself from this concept of worthiness, because there's a whole lot of people who I would deem unworthy of things that have a lot, things that they don't. What I think they
So
don't.
your world is showing you it's not based on merit.
It is not.
But that's what society tells us, that this is a meritocracy. How you say pronounce
Yeah,
the word?
meritocracy. Yeah, you have it.
Yep. That's what they tell you.
That's what they say. It's definitely not true. So in my mind, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna have whatever I feel like these days, and whatever I feel like today is what I'm gonna have. And however I choose, however it comes, is however it comes. And it may not have been something I didn't like. I considered, some guy who was not really my type, was chasing after me or whatever. But that made me consider something I hadn't considered before. And through that situation, it just like, oh, actually, I can have whatever the hell I feel like. It don't even have to make sense. just because. So I'm just trying to mentally distance myself from that concept of worthiness.
And so, Ray, this is what when we talk about reconditioning the mind, right? These things that come up that keep you from experiencing your desired outcome, right? So yes, this is what we have to work through. But we wouldn't describe it as some trauma or that is some shadow work we just wouldn't use those labels. Not saying that's not what we're doing. We just don't use that terminology because we're not trying to fix us, because we're not broken. There is nothing wrong with us. We just have to reframe it. That's what we're doing. We're just reframing it.
Write a different story.
Yep. That's it. That's all we're doing. We're not looking to call it as like we're self-diagnosing ourselves as diseased. So now we need a healing.
Right.
Or we're broken, so now we need fixing. Or somehow the ego is out of whack and we need to kill the ego. No, you need to embrace it. I got a huge ego. That's a problem. Some people try to play small when you were meant to play big. You don't need to be humble. You need to have a big ass ego.
I had to learn how to be small.
No, that's what I'm saying. But you were never meant to be small. You were never meant to play it small. You were here to be big, to be great, to be grand, to be amazing. That's why you're here. And so we're gonna go to Kevin and then Gigi. Hey Kev, it's happening.
Hey, Gigi can go first. I'm not that excited about my coming up.
Oh, Kevin, I'm so glad you came back.
He gonna say I'm not so excited. You so silly.
I'm so glad.
Actually, this is my very first time of being nervous about coming up.
Look at that. Look here.
You got this.
We're all
Right. We fam.
Because what I want to say,
Because
what I wanted to share it wasn't easy for me to talk about this side of me.
Okay. Gotcha. So you're about to be a little vulnerable with us, huh?
I feel a lot vulnerable. That is a very understatement. And I'm good at talking about anything else. And most of what I share, virtually 99% of everything I've shared on the live since I've been on it has been through my experience. It's not something I read in a book or saw in a posting, or it's been my experience.
Right.
So a lot of what I share with you guys is the manifestation, understanding, and all of that. When I say all is mine or all is your mind, I get all of that. That's been my personal life experience. Everything is drawn from your mind. So this is a side of me that I don't openly share. That's why I say I was a little nervous or apprehensive about coming up.
Gotcha.
So, as a child, my dad was very abusive to our family. He was abusive to me and my two sisters and my mom. Now, the part where he was abusive to me, yeah, you know, he was abusive. But I was like, so what? You know, it's a big deal. But the part that I held on and didn't let go was the abuse that he did to my mom. And out of that, I developed a hate for my dad. And my dad's been dead probably a decade ago. And since he passed, I learned how to get rid of the hate, which I no longer have. So now you can see why I don't like talking about it, because I'm not trying to relive that feeling. And my dad is the only son. And he had one son, which was me. So I'm an only son of an only son. And I look identical to my dad. To the point, I was at the mall in our local community, at the mall, and I was at the eatery. And a guy walked up to me while I was having lunch and excused himself. And he said, and my dad was living in Long Beach, California, and I'm on the East Coast. And he said to me, "Is your dad named?" And he named the guy. And I was like, "Yes, that's my dad." I was like, and I'm looking at him like, "How do you know my dad?" He says, "I met your dad out in Long Beach, and you look exactly like him." Which is true. I saw a picture of my mom and him on their wedding day, and it looks just like it's me standing next to my mom. Well, therein lies the problem. Because he was so abusive to my mom, and that I didn't like him, and when my mom would get angry after their separation and divorce, my mom, out of her anger, would say to me, "Get out of my face looking like your father." So that made me not like my look. Matter of fact, I despise my look because I look like somebody I hated. So all through my adolescent, young adult, and through most of my adulthood, as far as relationships, women would come on to me all the time. Literally, all the time. They would come on to me all the time, and I was resistant every time a woman would come on to me or showed an interest in me or was attracted to me. So much so, because I didn't like my look, I considered myself ugly because I hated my dad. Not because I was physically ugly. Obviously, I wasn't, because women would come on to me constantly. But my self-image, I did not like. I didn't want to have anything to do in relationship to my dad. And because of my occupation and my profession, it caused me to interact and meet with thousands of people from a wide spectrum of backgrounds. And in that, I've never met anyone as intellectually smart as my dad. He was very smart. I don't know what his IQ level was, but it had to be exceedingly high. And I just, over the past few years, learned to give up that hate for him, which helped me to see myself in a healthy, positive way. So the relationship I'm speaking about is a relationship with myself, not necessarily a relationship with another woman. So I land my plane.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing that. I know it's hard to I can understand why it will be difficult to want to express that, you know, a parent and the relationship, the dynamics of that relationship, and knowing that regardless of when it takes place, that we do have the capability to perceive things differently, rewrite the story that benefits us. This is what this life is about. Telling the story that benefits us, that we don't make it about the other person. We make it about what our trajectory in life, that what path we want to be on, that we can experience our heaven now. And the only way you get to experience that heaven now is telling a different story, choosing to see the beauty in yourself, the love in yourself, the peace in yourself, the joy in yourself, and understanding that the experiences and circumstances do not define you, right? You are defined by the invisible you, the real you, the eternal you, the infinite you. And these personalities that we wear, these masks that the I am is wearing, is playing this part in this movie on this third dimensional plane. That's just an illusion. That's just a mask. And so that's why people say you are not your identity. You have an identity. You are that which can be undefined. You are the absolute. You are the infinite. You are eternity experiencing time. And so what are you going to do with the time? Make it amazing. Make it beautiful to the best of your ability. And we got to choose not to be down on ourselves, to be easy with ourselves, to not beat ourselves up. Because yes, we are having a human experience. So yes, allow yourself to be fully human. So yes, you get angry, you cry, you get disappointed, but you don't allow those emotions to dictate circumstances. You use them to help create the circumstances that you now want to see yourself experiencing. And like Kevin was saying, and Justice was saying, and I've been saying, and many others, you gotta love you. The love everything starts with you. Everything begins and ends with you. And when you love you, the person that you're drawing into you is going to love you. Why? Because you love you. They cannot not love you. When you fully accept who you are, the person you draw in is going to fully accept you for who you are, because you do. They're mirroring you. And because you can accept them, accept you, you can accept them. When it's things you don't like about them, you're really just saying how unloving you're being in this moment, thinking that someone else needs to be different so you can be happy. The only one that needs to be different is you. Because if you give someone the power to make you happy, you give them the power to make you mad, to make you sad, to make you disappointed. Why would you give your power away? however you choose for your relationship to be, whatever that looks like for you, whatever you're saying that is, that's what it will be. Whatever it is. It's infinite ways to experience a relationship, to share your life, to share your world with someone. There's no cookie cutter way to do it. Some people like, what do they call it? Polyamorous relationships now. Some women, some people have relationships where the woman has 3 men, and then you got the man has 3 women, and everybody is okay with it. Everybody's aware of it. Now, is that taboo for society and for those who are religious minded, the religious folks, depending on what religion you belong to? Because we know in certain religious circles, it's okay for at least a man to have 20 wives or 10 wives. But if a woman has 10 husbands, then it's like, oh, we scoff at it. But what I come to realize, when you are fully acceptable of your choices, the world will be acceptable of it. It's when you don't really rock with it, when you question it, you doubt it, you're concerned and you need to be validated by the world. That's when you're going to have all these difficulties. Then you're going to see that people are going to look at you with a snide, or like, who you think you are? What you think you doing? What you need 10 husbands for? 1 man ain't enough? Or what you need 10 wives for? 1 woman ain't enough? Everybody is going to, but they're just going to be reflecting your insecurities. Because if someone was to say that to you and it doesn't bother you, you're not going to be moved by it. You're not going to care what another person thinks. You're just not. And so we get to have the reality we want to experience. And I know when it's done in love, you can never go wrong. In love. Not trying to have control over another, not trying to manipulate, coerce, beguile, deceive. When it's done in love, it's going to be the most beautiful expression of a relationship than you could ever imagine. It's going to be greater than you ever could imagine. Do some people move out of love? Of course they do. We see it all the time in this reality. We see what the unloving looks like. And so when we see what the unloving looks like, we have to decree and declare within ourselves, well, I'm going to be loved. Just because they don't know what love is and they're choosing not to live from that state, I'm choosing different. I'm choosing to live from the state of love, to be an example of love, even when the world does the opposite. Even when the world shows up differently. In my world, in my reality, I can only control my thoughts and my expression and who I am. Because yes, we're going to see some unlovely things in this reality. But you have to decide what you're going to do with that information. Because it's some things, it's some very, what we would judge as disgusting, horrific, traumatic, unloving. I'm not saying these things don't happen, because we know they do, and no one's excusing the unloving. You have to decide what lane are you going to ride on, though. Because I'm going to get off topic a little bit from the relationship. Are you guys familiar with the Deepak Chopra? Have you all heard of him?
Yeah. He was in the calls. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
But yeah, he was Oprah's, like, one of Oprah's proteges.
Oprah tied to a lot of these men that's questionable.
Yeah, she is.
But to me, when we hear these types of things, because I was watching, it's this one guy, he's on YouTube, a young guy, he like you about, when I say young, not like 20, but look younger than me. Let's just say younger than I am. He looks, maybe he could be mid 30s, early 40s, but he looks mid 30s, could be late 20s, but he looks really good. But he did because he's into spirituality, and he did a YouTube he did a live, and he was talking about Deepak and those, and when we talk about morality, right, and we're talking about, and his whole thing was talking about Deepak Chopra, and I'm listening, but I'm like, this is what kind of did. So I get into but what can we do? Because we know that is not something we would do, right? We wouldn't do these things. But it's like the leaders of our world, those who we call leaders, right? These government officials, these people in positions of authority or power, it's like you want them to police each other, right? But then when they don't police one another, my thing is what do we do as a spiritual community that says that behavior is not, we would say is not of God, but then that's where you get up, but isn't it God? And then, so this is where you get the whole thing of it has to be a source of evil. So you get into the demons, the archons, that whole, right? So then it gets you to question and stuff. Go ahead, Latoxic.
No, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I'm of the mindset that if it's not in my ability to change it, then I don't bother with it. I mean, because there's nothing really I can do about it. Obviously, that's not condoning the behavior. Mm-hmm. It's just a matter of recognizing it is what it is. I got my own problems. I got my own stuff to deal with.
But it makes it sound, when you say that, and I get it, we can't be concerned about how other people perceive it, right? But then it sounds like, oh, where's the empathy? Where's the compassion, right? Because
empathy, of course, but I also understand my purview of control.
Right. Yeah.
I understand what I can do and what I can't do. It's like one of those things where it's like reacting to something after the fact.
Right.
All of these people have known about this, whoever all these people were involved, right? And I haven't paid too much close attention to it because, again, it is not a thing of my reality right now, right? And not to say it again, that it's not wrong and that it doesn't happen, but I personally know that I can't do anything about it, so I don't spend my energy on that. I spend my energy on things that I know that I'm, working on in my own life.
And that's the conclusion I think we should be drawing, right? But a lot of times that's not the conclusion because that doesn't seem to be sufficient.
Right? No, I think that people have to. It's like I feel this way about like a lot of different things. Like with like protesting, with like all of those types of things. Like I am one of those people where if I know for my skill set and what I know I can do cannot help that situation, there's not really anything for me to do about it. That's just my own personal opinion. That's not against anyone who does take the time to protest or whatever. Right. But I mean, I'm thinking about like the protests right now of the current president. And my mindset is the time to protest was in the voting booth. Y'all protesting with your votes. That's just me. I personally am not going to be putting my life on the line in front of ICE or in front of whomever. So my parents can be
the illusion of choice to me is right. The voting booth.
Well, there's that too.
Making you think you can choose between two different parties when they're two sides of the same coin, So I don't get into the political arena, and I say to the spiritual community, we're getting into the world affairs it's just when I hear things like that, it makes it to me is reminding us You have to stop putting your trust in men. You have to stop thinking because people sound good, intellectual, persuasive, because they say the right things, and then you think they know more than you, and then you put them on a pedestal.
Well, that's the key. Is like you have to follow your own lead. I think there's too many people who, who are seeking for someone else to give them an answer.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm at the point right now in my life where I am wanting to be in communion with people who I already agree with. Honestly, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying like there's levels to it, and I think there are certain people who will, like I was connected with someone who is like really into like watching like streamers and stuff like that, and like the whatever is iShow Speed or Hassan Piker or whatever the hell these people's names are, right? And they will literally base their political opinions off of what these streamers will say, right? And so in my mind, it's like you do realize like that you're just following just like everybody else. So if you don't have if you don't seek to educate yourself on the topic that you're curious about, and you're just willing to take someone else's opinion on it based on the fact that they have 1 million YouTube followers or whatever YouTube subscribers or whatever the hell it is, then that's not really you doing your due diligence. It's you just following after anyone else. And that's the same thing as religion. Like, I left religion for a reason. I'm not seeking to find
my next pastor, right?
No.
Or my next master or my next guru. And a lot of people sell you on that. That's why you got to just be so careful. That's why I like our community, because I'm not no one's anything.
Yeah.
I'm remembering just like you. And I'm just telling you what worked for me. And then telling you, see if it works for you. Right. Change the way you think and see if you get a result. And many of you have come back and said, yep, I changed the way I thought, and life is for the better. I decided that life should be this way. And guess what? Life is actually turning out to be this way. And so who do you owe credit to? Yourself.
Right, because you
don't
take that on.
Exactly.
And apply
Pat your own self on the back and said, I took the initiative to change the way I think, and my life is the better for it.
But it takes a certain amount of awareness to even say that, because we're conditioned to look outside of ourselves. Like, yeah, the government's supposed to be doing what it says it's gonna do. Yeah, the job should be taking care of its employees. We're conditioned to look outside of ourselves. And I'm speaking from my own experience, because I was one of those people. I was mad at the world because that's how I grew up.
We all were.
Right, this is wrong, and I'm gonna make a difference.
Right. We all were. We all came out of the world, though. That's the thing. We came out of the world. We know the world tells you that's the way to be, and we realize no, it's not. So we left the world. We no longer live life according to the world's standards. We recognize we're God, and we create our own law. Man-made laws do not apply to a God.
Right.
That's what we're saying here. To come to the realization that it is whatever you say. It's whatever you say. Literally. It's whatever you say. So if you say, well, I got to do these things first. I have to jump through hurdles. I have to go over my past, and I have to do all these. Right. I have to do all these things. Then you will.
Right.
You're exactly right. And you can, and sometimes you weren't even thinking that any of these bridges or these obstacles were present. And then you start listening to other people, and then you start creating the obstacles, not even realizing you're creating the obstacles. So, when the people start telling you your body feels everything, it's going to stay in your body, and you got to regulate the nervous system. What do you think is happening? Go ahead,
You're
Key.
making that happen.
Yeah, go ahead, Key.
I was gonna say, or when people believe that people are against them or trying to do harm to them, and it's like, wait, if we're all one consciousness, and consciousness can never be divided, right? Then it's only your perception. It's only like your story that you're choosing to tell yourself. But all you gotta do is just, like you said, change the perception to see people for your, everybody is for you. And I started saying, like, that's my mantra. Like, everybody is for me. Everybody loves me. Right? Who can do harm to me? Who can do harm to me? And it's only a problem. It's an error in my perception. Any problem. It's always an error in the way I'm perceiving it. It's a, like you always say, it's a thinking problem. It's only a problem in my mind. So just change the way you think, and it solves every single problem I've had for the last couple of years. Every single one. Just wanted to point that out there. Yeah. And I can also say that I've only had, because I used to always say, oh my God, that I've all toxic relationships. See, I had a toxic relationship with my ex, this, whatever. Then I started realizing, like, nah, the only toxic relationship that I ever had was the one I had with me. Right? That's it. It was me. I was the issue. Because if relationships are just mirrors, and that's why you were just saying it's so important to love yourself, because everybody is only capable of revealing you back to you.
Woo,
that means
that
your love can only be revealed back to you. Right?
Yeah.
So if you don't love yourself, then of course you're gonna stay in for situations that I know you don't like this word, align with your highest good, right? Because you don't love yourself.
Yeah.
So it's fix you, but I know nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong with you. I love when you say that. Like, nothing's wrong with you. Just stop thinking whatever it is that you're thinking. Stop thinking about the past. What do you want? That just makes people just stutter. Like, no one has ever told us that. Nobody ever I'm 50-something. Nobody has ever said, stop thinking about the past. Stop focusing on that. What is it that you want? Changes everything. Just wanted to point that out.
And that question could be so foreign.
Love it.
So foreign to the ears. What is it that you want?
What do you want?
Yep.
Focus on that. What do you want? And it stops people from getting, on the phone. Even though I love when I work out, I'm on the phone with a person that loves to gab, because they make my workout so it go by so quick. But sometimes I don't even listen, and I just, what is it that you want? Because at the end of the day, like,
because we get so caught up in telling the story, because we think the story has purpose, and it doesn't. It doesn't mean anything. But you want it to give it validity. You want it to be valid. You want it to be the cause. And I'm telling you, it was never the cause. The story is not the cause. You are. Because if you chose it to tell a different story, you would have a different story to tell. It's so simple. It's so simple. But if somebody tells you, no, it's not that simple. It's not that easy.
Say that again, Toya. That sounded so good.
Oh, about the story?
Yeah. If you told a different story, you would have a different story to tell.
Like she was saying, she was arguing with ChatGPT, because understand ChatGPT is taking all information regarding spirituality, even if it's things that you don't agree with. So I'm talking to ChatGPT, and it started telling me about nervous system regulation. I'm like, what the hell? Here we go with the nervous system regulation. And you got to sit with it, and you got to hold it. And you start talking about all these gimmicks and tricks and stuff that you have to do. No, you don't. And at a time, I thought I had to sit with it. And then I realized that's adding another thing that I have to do. And when I think about before I came into this truth, when I look at my life and I manifested the things that I wanted and didn't call it manifestation at the time, didn't know, but when anytime I decided a thing, things just happened. There was no sitting with it. There was no shadow work. There was no scripting it out. There was no vision board. None of those things were necessary. It's just when I decided, because I can look back over my life and I can see when I decided something, the things that was necessary to be done, I just naturally did, whatever that was. Whether it was getting better grades, whether it was deciding I would get a certain job, whether it was deciding I would live a certain place, whether it was deciding I would have better experiences in relationships. Whenever I decided something, decided to do YouTube channels and go on TikTok and talk about this, when I decided, I didn't have to sit with it. When I decided that I was, I would have better experiences on the plane, when I decided, that was it. That was enough. I didn't have to do anything else.
So once you decided, then what did you think about it? Like, oh wow, I just decided, so I don't have to think about
right. I didn't really have to know. I don't think about it. It's just something when I decided, when I was there, okay, prior to, so I was thinking about it a lot with my experience with flying, and I was trying to increase my faith. But then when I booked the place to Dubai. And I just said, you know what? We ain't going through this no more. I'm not. Yeah. It's not. This is about to be a 12-hour flight. And I decided I wasn't going to think about it. Yeah. I wasn't trying to imagine it was a great flight. I wasn't telling myself it was going to be. I had just decided it was a great flight, and that was it. I didn't even allow myself to think about what the flight would be like because I had decided that it was already good. So I didn't even have to try to imagine what it was or see myself being comfortable. I didn't do anything. I decided, and then it was. Just like when I talk about wanting this, that I deserved a good man. That's how I talked about when I decided that I didn't have to write a list of what a good man was. Because I was basing it off of what? Who I am.
Right.
That was enough.
And that's what's so powerful about awareness. Because we decide all the time. We're deciding all the time, and we don't have the awareness that we're deciding. I had the same experience. I flew from LA to Singapore, and it was 17 hours. And I remember initially I was like, oh my God, I've never been on a 17-hour flight before. But then I was like, you know what? It's 17 hours. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm just going to do it. And so I literally didn't think about it. And guess what? It was not bad at all. It actually... And after we got there, then we went to Thailand and Bali, and I felt like a jet setter. I felt like there was no place that was too far for me. Because I decided there's no place too far for me. That's awareness. Now, when you lose that awareness, all kinds of stuff will come up,
Why are you talking about why are you talking about losing awareness?
It goes back to what you said about accountability. So yes, I why am I talking about losing awareness? Exactly. Exactly. This is an elite, let me just say, this is an elite space. Can I just say that? And I do feel welcomed, I do, but this is an elite group of people.
Oh, because here's the thing.
Welcome me.
What thing is what we cannot allow you to do is stay down here while we're up here.
I know, and I love it.
We're bringing you up here, girl. We're bringing you up here. It's a reason why you are here, why you're drawn to this platform, because you don't want to stay down here.
Exactly.
You manifested this reality because you're already that version.
Oh, absolutely.
You're already that girl. You're already living that life.
I was watching you last year. I don't know when. It might have been spring or summer, but it was that long ago. And I remember because you were like going back and forth with people. People were angry. And I remember I was like in bed and I'm like, what is this? I was so intrigued. I was like, what? Wait, so the Bible's not literal? Because I Catholicism, they don't really teach you the Bible. You just do all these rituals and
Right.
it's like no big deal.
Right.
I never really, gave that much thought about it, but I was like, oh my goodness. And I just kept coming back and coming back. And here I am. And I must say, I do feel upgraded for sure.
And you're already there. You're already
Yeah.
there. Yeah, I'm just your
Yeah.
mirror. I'm just the mirror.
Right, exactly.
That's it. That's
Exactly.
it. Yep.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Kevin.
I brought Kevin back up again.
Mm.
Hopefully,
Isn't it funny that now you're awakened that you have to do a vision board, you have to do affirmations?
That's what I was saying.
369.
It kind of reminds you when you go to church, right? It's like, well, they all know it. They all went to seminary school. They all been preachers and pastors and preach in PKs and all that. They must know something I don't know. They need to show me the way. We do the same thing. You come over here. Somebody
Right.
must lead us.
What does it look like a God doing a vision board? Really? Is that how the earth was created? He did a vision board. That God did affirmations. Is that how he created everything? Really? Or is he just that powerful that as soon as he thought it and spoke it, it was? Wow. Isn't that mind-blowing? That's who we are. When you lean into who you are, a lot of the other stuff looks foolish. And it really look. I remember in order to get the level of success that I wanted to obtain in sales, the multi-million-dollar mentor that mentored me weekly, one of his rules was that you have to protect your mind from negative thinking, which meant no watching the news. And people would come up to me, or I would be in somebody's home talking about my product, and they bring up the latest thing going on in the news. And I'd be like, you got me. I had no idea what you're talking about. None. And they thought I was disconnected from the world. And I was. The world I was creating was the success that I wanted in my world. So what they were going on, I don't know, whatever the news topic of the day, it didn't matter to me. One of my favorite things, Toya, that you would say, I was thinking about this earlier before I got on to the live tonight. One of my favorite things that you would say is that when someone says something that exists in their world and may be negative, and you would say, well, that don't exist in my world. Now, it can be interpreted. You might have been a little sarcastic about it. But no, you was literally saying, that doesn't exist in my world. Can you relate to a guy who is homeless? You can have empathy for him, but can you really relate to him that someone is in that much lack?
Right.
And you're like, that don't make that you're calling him, looking at him, looking down at him. No, it just means you can't relate.
Yep.
Right, so there's things, nothing, we talked about this, nothing has a label until we give it a label. Meaning it's not good or bad until we give it a label as such. That's why I can honestly say all things work to my good. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care what the knee-jerk reaction may be by, the shock value may be by. It's working for my good.
Yep.
And because I see it that way, how else can it show up?
Yep.
It can't. It has to show up the way I see it. Because I used to say, and probably still do, you probably heard me type in the comments, all is mine. But more specifically, all is your mind. All is your mind. And every time you think something, you're going to get confirmation. Just sit back, like you say, Toya, do nothing. The confirmation is going to show up.
Yep.
You ain't got to do a doggone thing. Confirmation is showing up. So if you think you're wealthy, or you think a $5 check is coming in the mail, or a $5 million check is coming to you, confirmation is coming.
Yep.
Just sit, because, and why? Because you thought it. You are the God of your world, not Kevin's world. Your world. Now, I can share things with you about my world and give you some ideas and say, maybe I need to change how I'm thinking about that thing. And you can decide. That's why Christ always said, when someone did something and they would want to thank him or worship him, he would say, it was your faith that made you whole. I didn't do anything. Actually, there's nothing I can do. I can't change you.
Yep.
Go back and read it if you don't believe me. Go back and read it. That's not me saying that. It's in there.
Yeah. Like when you think about when Christ says come as a child, is a child talking about some nervous system regulation? Is a child talking about some, let me sit with this person, let me make sure I'm safe to have this thing, and let me make sure that I'm safe to hold this, right? We create these realities because we want something to be wrong. A child is just imagining they already have it. That's what a child is doing. Do. Right?
And that's why Christ said you have to be as a child. Because a child doesn't think wrongness or that's a bad man.
Or trying to find worthiness, right? Right. Let me do this 10,000 times and then I'll be worthy for it. Right? Then I'll be worthy for it. Then I'll be sufficient to have it. Then I can have what I asked for. But we teach our children that, right? You can't get it just because you asked for it. You got to work for this. You got to do your chores. You got to get good grades. You got to learn how to be quiet. You got to learn how to be respectful. Then you can get whatever you're asking for. That's a conditioning.
It is. And we have to learn to shed ourselves of those conditioning. First, like Ray said, you have to be aware of it, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Being aware of it is a great thing, because then you get a chance to decide whether you want to keep it or discard it. But only you can decide.
Yep. So understand when you decide that inner work is necessary, shadow work is necessary, healing work is necessary, nervous system regulation, you're saying, I'm not good enough to have this yet until I do these things.
Nope.
This is proving worthiness. This is earning the blessing when it's freely given. What is the teachings of Neville telling us and Dr. Joseph Murphy? Assume that it's yours and it will be. The only thing you're supposed to do is assume you already have it.
Free 99. No.
And the assumption is deciding that it's yours without needing to do anything to get it.
Which is recognizing you already have it.
If you're going to live from the state of I already have it, then you can't say you did anything to get it.
That part. That's why we're able to manifest organically, naturally, because we are the manifestation of our spirit.
Mhm.
We are our spirit made flesh. You ever thought about that? How you got here, how this form that you're wearing, how it got here? You made it.
Yep.
You manifested it. I'm not fussing. I'm just passionate about what I talk about. Yeah, and I was the only reason I wanted to share with you how I had to learn to be one with myself. To you were talking about the people protesting or people giving their opinion about this, because the old state loves distraction, because distraction keeps you from knowing and leaning into who you are. It's all meant to just distract you. It can't take your power.
Mhm.
So it needs you to give it energy through your attention.
Mhm.
Your attention, where your attention goes, your energy flows. And where your energy flows, your manifestation grows. That's why they want your attention.
You just answered the question.
What was the question?
Because I was like, why are they releasing all of this stuff? Distraction. You just answered it.
That's all they want.
Yep. Because I was like, I'm like, what is going like?
This is distraction.
You're distracted because it's not a them, right? It's not a they. You're the
not
government,
a
right?
them or
There's a
they.
reflection, right? You know, so
Right.
these things are coming up to show you that you still think that there's evil or there's a source of evil. And so your
Right.
reality
Something outside
has
of
to
you.
confirm that to you. You're right. There he is. And let me show you. Let me prove to you. Because we don't want to accept when we like accepting the creation of the good, but when it comes to what we deem evil, we say, no, that wasn't me. But if you're the source of all, you're the source of all.
Exactly.
Because if God is playing all parts, which is consciousness,
right,
which is awareness, it's playing all parts.
Right. That's why we say there's no one else outside of you. Mm-hmm. So stop leaning into that. Mm-hmm. Stop thinking the thing you created is the real you, because it's not. Mm-hmm. It's a reflection of your manifestation.
Yep. And decide that you're going to create your heaven here and now.
That's the only way it can exist. It's the only way you can have heaven here on earth. It's the only way, through your mind.
Because your heaven is within you. It's within you, and then it's outpictured. So if we want to see the love that we're saying is absent in the world, the only way the love is going to be expressed is through you. That's Amen. The only way we're going to see the love, is that we have to be it. Then you can say, oh, there's love in the world because I'm it. You're looking at it.
Exactly.
Yep.
And if it doesn't exist in the world, it's because it ain't you.
That part. You don't recognize who you are. You're still in a state of amnesia.
Right.
Your awareness still hasn't come to that level of agreement, of satisfaction that I am everything and everything is I am, and there's only God, and there's only good, there's only love in your world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I believe the Garden of Eden is still just as relevant. The message of the Garden of Eden is just as relevant now, today, as it's ever been. You get to eat from the tree of knowledge, the tree of good, the tree of duality. Mm-hmm. because you make it so. And that's what being a God, you have the ability to do. Whether you recognize it or not, now that's another topic. But you being all powerful, being energy, which can never be destroyed, which can never be created, it just is. You are just is. I don't know if that's proper English, but you are just is.
I love that though. I'm gonna start saying that. You are just is.
Yeah. Yeah. And Kevin, we had Gigi back up.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
My phone. My phone took a nap.
That's okay.
But it kind of, it kind of worked out because like dinner was ready, so I was like, okay, I guess somehow my phone just decided to go poop, so my stomach wanted to eat. So I think my stomach manifested my phone kind of going.
That's okay. Love it.
So, it's funny how we're talking right now about awareness and how it all goes back to the book that we're reading. Earlier today I had a human experience. I threw myself a little pity party. And then I just said to myself, you want to know why you're feeling this way? And I said, yeah. And my higher self said, because you're throwing yourself a pity party right now. Why are you throwing yourself a pity party? And I said, I don't know. And then I said, well, then stop throwing yourself a pity party. Because this is how powerful your thoughts are. Mm-hmm. You're thinking this, and now this is why you're feeling this way. And I said, yeah. Why am I throwing myself a pity party? I said, okay, we're going to flip this. So I did. I flipped it. And even though I was feeling those feelings I was feeling earlier when I attended my surprise pity party, I decided to change my thought. And even though I was feeling those sad feelings I was feeling earlier, I reversed it, and all of a sudden I started feeling better and started feeling good. And it just showed me how powerful our thoughts are. And that we always have to be diligent of our thoughts, because sometimes the thoughts that don't serve you, although you've released them and let them go, they like to rear their ugly little head. Mm-hmm. They like to pop up every now and then, not all the time, but every now and then. And I had to really started telling myself, reminding myself of who I am. And then ironically, I pictured you. Like when I said to myself, why are you throwing yourself a pity party? And I heard you say, Bestie, why are you throwing yourself a pity party? And I saw Mia saying, girl, why are you throwing yourself a pity party? And I'm like, and then I said, yeah, why am I throwing myself a pity party? But it just goes to show how powerful our thoughts are. And when no matter what we're going through, we can change it. We can mold it. We have control over them. And I just told myself those thoughts that came up earlier. I just said, yeah, you don't serve me anymore. So I'm releasing you. I'm releasing you because you don't serve me anymore. And then I started focusing on who I am. I'm God. I'm the creator of my own reality. Everything is good. Everything works out in my favor. I started thinking about successes, and all of a sudden those feelings of feeling sad changed. And so I got to a point that I kind of armed myself, if any time, I'm sure it's not going to, but if it does, with a big if, decides to rear its ugly little head, I know what to do now. instead of attending the pity party, I'm just going to reject the invitation and go to another party instead.
Love it.
And I was decided to do what the book of Neville said, to just be. So I didn't fight that thought. At first I wanted to. I kind of wanted to get into a confrontation with these thoughts that don't serve me anymore. And then I remembered, no, we wait a minute, you're the queen here. These are your subjects. They do what you say. So I was like, you don't serve me anymore. You need to go. You don't serve me. This serves me. And all of a sudden I started laughing and feeling good. And it just happened like that, like in a snap. And I don't want to say it happened in a snap. It took a couple of minutes, but it's crazy how the moment you just shift your focus or your attention to something else, whatever is trying to put you down, it just goes away because you're no longer giving it your attention. So that's an epiphany that I had, because I've been doing a lot of mental inventory ever since we started this book. This book has been really magical, and when we're done with the book club, I'll probably read it again, just for the hell of it, because it really does remind you of who you are.
Yes.
And then you have to kind of put in the work, so to speak, to remind yourself of who you are. Because like I said, we've been taught to think the opposite. We've been taught to live from the outside in, rather from the inside out. We've been taught that it is what it is, when it's really, it is what you say, it is what you think. So, if anyone out there, ever feels that they're throwing themselves a pity party or something like that, and they happen to attend it, even if they attended for a day or whatever, don't beat yourself up. Just know that you can always, turn that beat around.
Absolutely. The name of the book is The Power of Awareness. We'll be finishing the book this Saturday at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time on my live here on TikTok and on YouTube. I'll be streaming on both platforms. We'll be reading chapters 24 to 27. So we'll be finishing up that book, The Power of Awareness. Neville Goddard just reminding us of our awareness is God. Our awareness is God. Hello, Anna. Welcome.
Hey, everybody. I hope everybody's well this evening. I just wanted to kind of say the same thing that you were saying earlier about how they keep putting all this, I guess the system keeps putting all this propaganda out. And I think I just look at it as they're just like harvesting kind of our energy maybe, and kind of keeping us focused on everything that's kind of going on, and it kind of keeps us from ourselves. It's kind of keeps us focused on the external. The other thing I wanted to say about, like, with manifesting and everything in this whole manifesting and this whole whatever I'm on, I just try to look at it as, what experience do I want, and then kind of also look at some of the things in my past as experiences, like regardless of how they ended, now I kind of look at, like, okay, I was married twice, and I wanted both of those experiences. I wanted the experience of being married to those different individuals, I've had a lot of experiences in my life, and I'm trying to look at them more as they were experiences. I experienced being in the army. I experienced being a nurse. I experienced being a mother. Well, I still am a mom, you know, but just different experiences. And now I'm going through another experience of wanting to kind of enjoy myself, get to know myself really well, be able to, you know, sit and ponder my thoughts. And so that's a whole totally different experience. And so I just wanted to say that, just kind of look at things as, what experience do you want to experience? What do you want to experience? You know, and obviously I know, like, kind of, we kind of go back and forth about that, but I'm kind of one that I'm kind of an action oriented girl, you know, as far as if that's the experience that I want to have, I know that I have to put a little something into it, you know, that's me, to kind of bring it to, if I'm looking for something, obviously I got to go out and search, you know, put it in my head. Like if I'm looking for a couch or something, then I'm going to go to a furniture store, you know, or, you know what I mean? Like there's certain things, because then it goes back to, I feel for me, if I don't put any action into it, then it goes back to, I might as well just become a Christian again and go back to that magical thinking. You know, that, like, you know, because that's how I grew up, like, just pray, you know, and it'll, you know, no, you can, well, for some people, I guess that works, but it never worked for me. Just pray, and God will take care of it, you know, and meanwhile, shit's not happening, you know, it's just not happening, you know. So that's what I wanted to say. Just kind of look at things as experiences, maybe.
So I have a question. So you feel like if you don't do it, then it won't, if you don't do anything, then it won't happen?
I feel like I kind of aid it. Like I kind of push it along. Like, if I'm trying to manifest a house, I'm going to call a real estate agent.
Okay.
You know, if I'm manifesting being having more money in the future, I'm going to learn a little bit about it. You know, I'm just not. That's how I just don't work on blind faith. That's just, you know, and usually when I kind of take a little bit of a step, the ball starts rolling. The ball starts rolling, and it's just, it happens. It comes to fruition, or however you say it, because, you know, I took the initial step, and that's what kind of works for me.
Right.
You know, and just wanting that experience. You know, because it is true. Like if you want to travel somewhere, you go to a travel agent. You don't have to necessarily buy the trip, you know, like you don't have to buy the trip right then, but you can start looking at several trips. You know, you can start looking at several hotels that you want to see yourself in. You know, there has to be some type of
well, what if you don't have any money and you still want to go on a trip? So you don't have any money.
I still do it.
You still do what?
I'll still go and get brochures for that trip, you know.
Or do you think you could go on a trip without having any money?
No, because I got the ticket has to be paid for. Now, how I get that money, that's another story. That money might flow through. That's happened to me a lot of times. Like I told you one time about my roof. You know, I needed a roof, and so I started right away calling and getting prices for my roof, and it was like I got 3 quotes on a roof, but I didn't have the money yet. But then, remember I told you that I called Invesco, the people that kind of do that handle the finances and stuff, and I was going to take monies out, and then she was like, well, this account that you've had, it has $13,000 in it, and you could have took it out 2 years ago, and there wouldn't have been taxes or anything like that. So the money was already there, is what I'm saying. But I didn't know that, and it was the exact amount. So that's what I mean. Like, if you want something, that's how it works for me. If I want to go on a trip, yeah, I might not have the money, but maybe mentally I'm like, okay, I'm going to go to Paris. And then so I'm going to get brochures for Paris, and I'm going to start looking at those brochures daily, and then I'm going to go online and I'm going to look at the different hotels, and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that, and it's almost like telling myself that, yeah, I'm going to do that.
Right.
So yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and then the money can come. Then somebody might invite you on a trip, and you don't have to spend any money coming from you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could happen. I mean, the thing is just decide what it is that you want, and then let the details take care of itself. But I get what you're saying. You're more of well, let me see where the money can come from, right? Let me see where I can make this thing happen. And we're more saying just allow it to unfold, because the happening takes care of itself.
Right. I agree with you. And
Because we have been trained to be action oriented, right? We're not
Yes.
saying that things don't happen from action. Of course they do. That's how we've
Right.
been living our life, doing things. But we're saying you will experience more by doing less, by choosing to be and not focus so much on the doing.
right.
Focus more
Right.
on being the person, and then those things will naturally unfold. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. It's
That's the
Simple
thing.
like
That's the reframing, right?
Yes.
That's the reconditioning. That's the
Yes.
reprogramming. Is like, because a lot of times we want to allow ourselves to expand what we can have because we don't know how it can happen. Because we will
Yes.
limit ourselves based on our bank account. Our bank account says this, but we want that. And since we don't know how we would get that, because we have absolutely no way of knowing how to increase the bank account, we won't allow ourselves to have the thing consciously. We'll say,
Right.
well, because I don't know how I can get $500,000, I'm just not even going to desire it. Because I have no
Yeah.
way of thinking. It's not enough investments I can do. It's not enough things I can sell. I have absolutely no way. And the law says just see yourself with the $500,000. And how
So what
it
if-
comes it will be an unfoldment. There will be a chain of events, a bridge of incidences that take place. Because you have the consciousness of the wealth, it must express itself.
But what if you already have the $500,000? Like, what if people miss that? Like, what if they're fixated? Like, I need a $500,000, but then it's like, well, you already have the $500,000 because your house is worth X amount of dollars, your vehicles are worth X amount of dollars. So you already have the $500,000.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
Right. I'm talking about
mean,
people that
just-
don't have that's living in a 2-bedroom apartment, driving a Honda,
yeah.
and
Yeah.
they make $40,000 a year.
Yeah.
Where's this $500,000 coming from? And because they don't know where it's coming from, because they don't have a home to sell, they don't have a 401k to liquidate, they don't have a stock portfolio to liquidate. So are they not supposed to imagine $500,000 because they don't know where it's coming from? Or because
Yes.
this is what faith comes from, right? Faith is not is knowing a thing without seeing it, right? Without
Right.
having any evidence to back up what you're desiring to have. Should they not?
Yep.
Should you not?
Yeah,
Should
you're,
should you not?
yeah, that's a good that's a good point. You have to have faith. You got to have faith.
It's like
Yeah,
when
you're
it's
right.
like when you said you're healing, right?
Mhm.
You had no idea how that would unfold, but you trusted that I'm still going to be here. This is not going to be the thing in which I transition from. You decided that, right? Without
Right.
really knowing what that would look like, because they were telling you something in opposition to that belief, right?
Right.
They were saying, no, science says this. And you said, no, my faith says this. And your faith trumps science.
Yes. Yeah, and you're right about that because I've been around since 2016 when I should have already been gone. You know, but once again, I think too that yes, that's my faith, but also too, I think that a lot of it is me. I think that this whole manifesting and everything is taking control. You got
Right. So when I say faith, I'm talking about you believed in the power of your word. I'm not saying faith in something outside of you. I'm not saying your faith was in a God somewhere. I'm saying your faith and your trust
was
or I could say trust or belief or your word, or you manifested it. If you don't like the word faith, you manifested this reality by deciding that now I'm still gonna be here.
Right. Yeah. I still got things to do. I still have experiences to experience.
Yep. You put your mind on the reality that I'm still have a lot of life to live as Anna.
Mm-hmm. And so do you believe that a lot of this is basically taking the will, taking control?
Yes. Control of your thoughts. That's all you were in control of, right? You didn't have control over how it would happen.
Right. Yeah.
That even the doctors couldn't tell you that. Because in their mind, like you said, you weren't supposed to survive this.
No.
And it's not that they wanted you not to. It was just that's what the science was telling them. That's what the reports, that's what your blood, that's what your test was revealing to them. Yeah. But your trust, your faith, which just means you had no evidence to back up what you were saying, but there was something deep within the core of your being that said, no, I ain't going nowhere. You just had this inner knowing.
Right.
That's what faith is. Faith is an inner knowing. You don't know why you know. You don't know how you know. You just know that you know. That's what faith is. Faith is knowing without any evidence to back it up.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, and I just I'm glad I found you. I truly am. I'm slow. It's just because a lot goes.
I know, because and I agree. We've been action oriented, right? And so we're just like, you got to do something. You have to do something. Like something has to be done. I have to initiate. And I'm saying your thoughts are enough for the initiation. The moment you decided was the work, was the doing.
That right there, that's what I got to get, that the thought is enough. That is the action. That's the light. That's the jump start, you know?
Yeah, because once you decide, then the body follows. So just like when you said about your health and you're walking, right? The reason why it's effortless for you to do it, because you decided it was so. Now, if you are on the fence, it may be a chore. It may be a struggle to get up and do it. You may have to convince yourself. You may have to sacrifice. But because you decided, there's no sacrifice involved. I'm not saying you can't get things from sacrifice, because that's what the world tells you. And a lot of people sacrifice things in order to get it.
But that's not the story. That's not the story that I want to keep telling myself. That's not what I want to live in my last years. Because yes, this body, this like meat suit, we all know that this meat suit's gonna dissolve or go away or whatever. And I don't want to live what time I have with those old stories of struggle and strife. And my girlfriend came over today for coffee, and she's all into the what's going on, the politics and this, that, and the other. And it's just it's like literally like seeing somebody shell shocked, and I just don't, and that's why I feel like what they do is, it's like, I don't know what they're doing, like if they're just harvesting energy, because it's like they suck the life out of her, and she's just totally constantly focused, a big portion of her time is spent looking at what's going on, in this world. And I think it just totally takes away from her to create or do.
Right. Well, she doesn't know any different, right? And she thinks that's just the way life is. Like, this is how the world is, right? And probably can't even conceive or perceive of it being any different, because that's all she knows. And probably hasn't ever been told, you can choose not to watch the news. But people feel like, how dare you not watch the news? You need to know what's going on in the world. Oh, believe me, ain't nothing changed. They've been saying the same stuff since the beginning of time.
And that's what I told her. It's like, we're always at war.
Oh my God. Man has been warring against itself since it took on form.
Yeah, it's like we're always in conflict. We're always in war. There's always something with something. It's always the same. It has never changed. The script has never changed. And
like Kevin was saying, it's all a distraction, but it's really you distracting yourself from you, right? It's really a play. It's a dance that you're dancing with yourself, and you're distracting yourself from your power, your awareness, right? So she's still in the sleep state, and she's remaining asleep. And in the sleep state, you really can't judge them for not knowing, because they don't even know that they don't know. They're suffering from amnesia, the state of the forgetful state. She doesn't realize that she's the cause of what she's experiencing.
Right, because you could just quit watching it. Yeah. You could do something about it.
That's a choice, yo. To not watch, to not look. Like, yes, I was like when we're aware, right? We can be intentional about what we give our attention to, right? Be intentional, right? So I'm like, oh, I can just go. I like to scroll TikTok, but let me just go on here and search luxury living. So I'm going to look at downtown penthouse apartments in Chicago, and I want to look at these 7,500 square foot, 6,500 square foot penthouses, and I'm going to listen to them talk about, this is 3.2 million, this is 2.2 million. Oh, and then you get the views of the Lake Michigan and the skyline, and that's what I want to. That's what I want to look at. I'm going to watch that for about an hour. And let me, instead of the FYP trying to feed me something, let me go be intentional about my feed.
Right.
Yeah. We actually don't have to accept what the world gives. We actually can dictate what the world is literally at our command. And we have to just stop thinking we have to just take and accept whatever life throws our way.
Yeah.
We don't have to.
And also the what we consume as far as like shows like on Netflix. Like I quit doing that stuff, like watching kill porn. Like they're always like what is it, 48 Hours or Homicide? It's always killing a woman or something. A woman's always missing, or you know, some of the things like I don't watch Tyler Perry. I don't. I got into this one Native American show. It was a series, and it was AMC, and it was done so well because they didn't do the stereotypical Native Americans. Like all of them were educated. The main character was, his wife was. They went to college. You didn't see him drinking. You know, all the stereotypical stuff. You know that they do. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that negative stereotype or the kill, kill, kill. I don't want to see all that trauma no more. You know, I want nice things.
Yeah.
I want to see nice things.
Yeah.
You know, funny things, thought provoking, maybe.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm like, when I'm not watching The Gilded Age, because it's showing the opulence and the ease of life when, you know, women were kept women, right? And I'm about that life. Yeah, I resonate with that.
Right.
I resonate with that. You know, if I'm not watching that, binge watching that, I'll watch, you know, whatever manifestation type, you know, or like I've been watching Half and Half. It's a Black sitcom about two quote unquote half sisters, and one grew up with the father when he became successful and had money, and the other one didn't necessarily get the benefit of that because of her mom kept her ex-husband from really, you know, lavishing, you know, giving her the benefit of his success. She allowed her to struggle and work through college and not have the finer things in life, while she sees her half sister, reap the benefit of the father and his success. And she's a pampered princess, and, you know, she has daddy's credit cards, and she's in law school, and the house she has is up, you know, upstairs, the apartment she has, you know, it's just the contrast. And and why I like the show is because you see the one girl who expects life to go well, which is the one who was born with the money, versus the one who expects the universe to not do good things for her. She says it throughout the show, how, you know, the universe, what can go wrong will go wrong. Everything's a struggle. Everything's a fight. Everything's striving. And that's why I like that show. That's a really good show about manifesting and your self-concept. It's on a free app called Pluto.
Okay.
It's called,
I'll look and see where it's streaming.
yeah, that's the name of, that's the streaming service called Pluto. I have the Fire Stick, so I downloaded it on there.
Okay,
You can
thank
get it
you.
on Roku.
Oh,
You can get it
Roku.
on Roku.
Okay, Gigi's in Roku too.
I have Pluto on Roku. I like that channel.
Okay. Yep. And so then I watch Inception, which is a movie about dreams. I watched Doctor Strange, which is a movie about realizing the power that you have. That's a Marvel movie. You know, there's many. Interstellar. You have many movies that are help you keep your mind and reminding you of your power. You know, so I like to, you know, because I used to be into like Law and Order SVU. That used to be my jam.
Right.
But I can't even watch it anymore. I tried to watch it. I was like, I can't even watch this no more.
Yeah,
and not no judgment behind it. I just can't watch it anymore.
I just can't watch stuff like that anymore. Like I said, the stereotypes. Like if you see Black people, it's like they're always like in the hood, and it's a single mom, and you know, then the son's selling crack, and, you know, and it's the same, and it's like
It's the same
no, that's
storyline,
not
the
really,
same narrative.
yeah, it's like that's not really the people that I know, you know, like that's not the Black people that I know. I don't, you know what I mean? Like these are not,
Right.
it's just, no, so why am I even watching that, you know? Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I mean, we have choices. I mean, and we just have to choose wisely. Choose what you want to entertain. That's the power. That's the purpose of recognizing your own power, your own divinity, your own sovereignty, right? Is that you do get to choose. And it says choose life. Choose the life. Choose the life you want to have. And
Exactly.
so, right? And feed on those things that express that or emanate that, right? Or show that. You know, like that's what you want to feed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Thank
mean,
you.
it's so simple, right? It's so simple.
It is. It
really is so
I mean,
simple. Because science tells you, like those who study quantum physics, quantum mechanics, and they talk about the brain and they talk about the double slit experiment, and it says that once you have this consciousness of what you want, how the brain filters out everything else and will only show you that which you are conscious of. So when you're seeing things that don't align with your truth, understand it's because you still are occupying that state. So now you have to move out of that state, not condemn the state, not analyze the state, not judge it as right or wrong, just change it.
Just change it. Change the page.
Yep.
Flip the
Turn the
page.
page. Turn
the page.
Enter a different state. Right? And it really does come to a decision that you decided it. You know, we want it to be more complicated than that. We want it to be these steps we have to take, right? Well, you just can't decide. Like Key was saying, she was arguing with ChatGPT, and it was like, you just can't. That's not how it works. You just can't decide. She said she was arguing with ChatGPT.
Right.
And then discovered that she could just decide. And when she decided, her world mirrored that back to her. But what do people try to tell you? They say, no. It's steps. You got to go in steps. First, you got to sit with it. First, you got to, expand it. You got to have the capacity for it. You got to regulate your nervous system. They give you all these rules and laws and obstacles and barriers that you have to cross before you can have a thing.
Yeah.
When all you have to do is assume that you have it.
Yeah.
All you have to do is decide that it's yours. Go ahead, Kevin.
Hannah brought out a very good point, and I wanted to encourage other people that are listening to lean into, it could be something small that other people or you may perceive as insignificant, but that you can just practice manifesting things on purpose. I remember I had to fly to Illinois, Springfield, Illinois, to be specific. And as an experiment, I didn't want to pay for it. Now, did I have the money in the bank? Absolutely. Did I have the availability of my credit card? Absolutely. But did I want to pay for it personally? Absolutely not. Right. So what I did was I used what we're talking about, the manifesting on purpose. I know we talk about it from the standpoint, there's a need that we desire and that we want to fill a specific need, money to pay a bill, to cover mortgage or car payment or whatever, or get help. But you can do it for any and everything. So I did it for just plane tickets, right? I didn't want to pay for it. So, the closer it gets time for departure, the more expensive the tickets are, right? If you ever flown before, the sooner you put in your reservation, the less expensive it is. And if you wait too close to a time to depart to pay for the tickets, it's more expensive. So it started to get closer to the time where I was going to be leaving. And I said, well, even though I don't want to put it on my credit, even though I don't want to pay for it, I went ahead and put it on my credit card, still expecting it to be paid for, not by me. So I know somebody may, well, why did you put it on your credit card? Because I wanted to reserve at least there be a seat or something. So I got to the airport, got my, my ticket and everything. And I got to the airport and it was crowded with a bunch of military guys boarding the same flight. So I sat down next to one of the guys and thanked him for his service. And he said, thank you. And he asked me, had I been in the service? I said, no. And I said, but I have a son that's in the Marines. He said, oh, great. So we struck up a conversation, and they were on their way, I think, to Dallas. And I was catching a connecting flight from Dallas to Springfield. And while him and I were sitting there talking, the airline person over the loudspeaker said that the seats were all filled, and would somebody mind giving up their seat and taking the next flight out? I said, well, I really don't need to be into Illinois until the next day. So I went to the counter and said, hey, I'll give up my seat. And she said, well, okay. She said she took my ticket and she said, hold on. And she punched a bunch of numbers in the computer. And she says, I found you a connecting flight leaving Reagan International Airport when I was already at BWI. And she said, we're going to transfer you all the way, provide transportation from BWI all the way to Reagan International. And we're picking up the tab for the cab service. And we're not only picking up the cab service, but we're paying for your flight. And we're giving you a $2,000 voucher that you have a whole year to use. And I was like, man, this thing really works. And the flight leaving out of Reagan International got me to Dallas to catch the same flight I was going to take anyway to go to Springfield.
Yeah.
So the only thing happened was I left out of the airport that were actually closer to where I live, both for BWI, and I got the paid for and a $2,000 voucher.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter that I have the money. It mattered about the decision I made about traveling.
Yes.
That all the work I did was to believe that I was not going to have to pay for it. Not only they reimbursed me, but they gave me a $2,000 credit that I use on future flights to Springfield. Isn't that wonderful?
Awesome.
But that's the power that we possess. We don't have to wait until an issue presents itself.
Right. You need to make it emergency or make
Right,
it urgency. Right. Come on,
You don't
come
have to
on.
wait till the stuff hits the fan. You can just use it every day.
Yep. Yeah. It's like, what do you want? That's why. Go ahead, Gigi.
Oh, go ahead, Bessie. What were you gonna say?
Nothing. I'm just talking. You go ahead.
You were gonna make a good point.
I don't even remember what I was gonna say now, girl.
I felt like I cut into it. Sorry.
That's okay. You good.
I was gonna say that you have to come at this like a kid. Like I was thinking when I was a kid, my mother was diagnosed with Crohn's disease. They didn't know what it was in the 80s, in the like 1982, 83, around there, and everybody was like already planning for her departure. You know, and I mean everybody except me. I was like, she's not going anywhere. She's going to live. She's not going anywhere. And then family members and friends were like, well, well, if God wants her to go, and I'm like, I don't care what God wants. She's not going anywhere. And my aunt and my other family members, Catholic. Oh, how dare you say that? Or crossing themselves back and forth. And I was like, no, she's not going anywhere. And I remember praying and saying, talking to God, which I was really talking to myself. I didn't know it at the time. I was saying, she's not going anywhere. You're the same God that heals. You're the same God that does this and this, that. Just talking about this at church. So heal her. She's not going anywhere. She's staying here. And literally within maybe about a month or two, she started to turn around for the better, where the doctors were shocked at her recovery. When I say childlike, how kids do this. Kids don't think about, well, how is the doctor going to do it? How is it going to happen? Is it going to be this doctor? Is it going to be that nurse? Is it going to be at this hospital? No, it's just my mom is healed. My mom isn't going anywhere. Boom, that's it. That's the decision. I wasn't caring what the doctors were saying. I wasn't caring what my family was thinking. I wasn't caring about whether, they even had a freaking funeral plan, the casket, the whole kit and caboodle, and I was the only one in denial. I was on the river denial. And it didn't matter to me. I was like, no, she's going to live. I did the same thing with my middle school that I wanted to go to. I said, I'm going to Reed School. I'm not going to any school but that one. I had people telling me, I don't know how you're going to get there. You don't know anybody there, blah, blah, blah. I made the decision that that's where I was going to go. Now, I did ask myself, well, it's almost September. This is like around late August, August getting into September. I haven't heard from the school yet. And I just said to myself, show me how to go to the school. There's a way for me to go to the school. Show me how. And I remember as a kid, I heard, go to City Hall. So I went to City Hall in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I spoke with people there, met the superintendent of the schools, told him that that's where I wanted to go. And he too was like, no, because of this, because of that, gave me obstacles. I said, well, if I don't go to that school, then I'm not going to school, period. And my mother was like, what? I'm like, no. And then I got political. I said, look, my parents migrated from Cuba here. They worked, they pay taxes. This is a free country. I should be able to choose what school I go to. We're not in communist Cuba. We're in the United States of America.
Right.
I should be able to decide what school I want to go to. And I want to go to Reed School. Either I go to Reed School or I don't go to school at all. Okay, and that's it. I sat down and crossed my arms like, okay, you're either going to give me that school I want to go to or I ain't going to school at all. That's it. So he actually found my demeanor pretty charming. And make a long story short, he spoke with the principal at the school, and I got to go to the school I wanted to go to.
Yay.
And I was thinking that, thank you. I was thinking that as a kid, we don't, as children, we're not so in tune with, well, I got to do this, I got to do that. It has to go this way, it has to go that way. No, we just make a decision and we stick with it. And I like what my boy Kevin here did. He said he bought the ticket, but he said, no, even though I bought this ticket, I'm still going to go on this flight for free. And I got to say, that's something I'm going to adopt. But I'm also going to adopt that childlike way of doing things where you're not thinking about you're not thinking about the background. You're just choosing that this is what you wanted. This is what you're deciding, like you said on your bullets there. You're deciding that that's how it's going to be, and that's that. You just stick to that decision no matter what's going on.
Yep.
And again, I'm going to go back to our favorite book about the story about the little boy and the dog. He had everybody telling him, your mama don't want a dog, your daddy don't want a dog, nobody wants a dog. As a matter of fact, the grandma was like, Neville Goddard was talking to me, he wasn't talking to you. This has nothing to do with you, you ain't getting a dog. And he was just like, tra-la-la-la-la, I'm getting a dog, I have a dog. Every night the little kid went to sleep by his bed, he pictured the dog that he wanted, and wonder why he got the dog. So it's so true when the Bible itself says that we are to be like little kids. Little kids don't care how. Little kids don't care when. Little kids are not looking for it. Little kids are not saying, gee, I'm saying I'm going to have this where it's, no. Little kid just makes a decision and that's it. And it's a done deal. And they will stick to it like worse than super glue. I think super glue would probably detach more than they will stick to it until whatever it is that they want shows up. They don't care if it takes a week, if it takes a month, if it takes a year. They don't give a rat's ass. They will remain faithful to whatever it is that they desire. And that's how we are to be. We are to be like little kids.
Yep.
So I'm gonna start being a little kid.
Yeah, I mean, you have to test the law to prove to yourself that there's nothing that you need to be doing, right? Like decide that you want something, and like Kevin said, like his illustration, not something that's pressing, not something that, oh my goodness, if I don't get this, then this thing is, my life is going to fall apart. Man, I'm going to have to move, or I'm going to lose this, or no, don't come from that place. You want to prove to yourself that this law is what it is without you having to do anything to make a thing. So just assume that it is. Choose something that you want. Maybe I'm deciding I'm going to go to dinner and I'm not going to pay for it. I'm going to go to this restaurant and it's going to be a free meal, or I'm going to go wherever and this is going to be on sale, or I'm going to get a good deal, or just see yourself. It's not even, because you can be that specific like Kevin was, or you can just say, I have this thing, and just see yourself with it without trying to figure out how you got it, like not how much money it costs, not that you took money out your bank account, just see yourself with it. And it's usually going to come without you having to spend your money. Somebody's going to gift it. Like, I can't say how it's going to happen, but because it's infinite ways for it to happen, just know that it will be nothing done on your part to do it. And if it is done on your part, it's going to be so minute. Your part is going to be so small, and it's going to be so natural, and you're going to think it would have happened anyway. You're going to forget that you were the one that decided this thing was to be. Like with Kevin, it was natural for them to say, oh, we oversold the plane. Who wants to take a different flight? Who wants to give up their seat because we don't have enough seats for that happens all the time. They still do that. on flights where they oversell the cabin. And that was the least path of resistance, right? Because he always had the free trip. But it always happens in a natural way, in a way that you'd be like, well, he asked for it, but they had already oversold it. So when he gonna get it in? Well, yeah, but he had to be the one to prompt. He offered his seat up. He had to offer it. Like that had to happen. Like that was something that had to take place because of what he had decided. Hey, Mia.
Hey, Ann had requested me up, and I didn't know, if there was a request or anything, so I just came.
Oh, I don't know. You said Anna requested you up?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I was like, "What y'all talking about?"
Sorry.
I thought you had something to say.
It happened
You're
once,
usually
and I
here.
I was here earlier, girl. Running my mind, you wasn't here.
We missed you, girl. We missed you.
No, the first time it happened, I thought it was a butt dial.
Oh.
And then it happened again. I was like, okay, let me go see what they're talking about.
Got you. Oh, no, we're just talking about manifesting and getting out of the action oriented parts of trying to make things happen. Where just decide what you want and allow it to take place without thinking you need to do anything.
I agree. Like, think about the song "I Believe I Can Fly." If you can see it, you can be it. And that song is all about your imagination. And it's just about having that childlike imagination and how children believe that they can fly. And, they'll stand on tables. And that's why that story that Kanye talks about standing on a table and you're up there and you think you can fly and you're Superman until someone's telling you, get off the table. You're going to fall. You can hurt yourself. People eat on that. That's dangerous. That's nasty. People, get your shoes off the table. And you're just like, man, I'm up here believing I can fly.
Right. You just made me think of something when you said that. I wanted you to share with the group about your
and
suggestion.
all that is limitation, isn't it?
Right. I wanted you to share with the group your suggestion with us getting together. I knew I was supposed to have you talk about that. Nice.
Yeah, like if we had like a meetup in a city, like we can do maybe the first one in Chicago because that's where Toya's from if she wants. But if she wants to we can just pick anywhere, a different location, and it doesn't even have to be where anyone's from. We can just pick a city and meet up and just have maybe a little weekend where we have dinner and do like little fun little outings, like go play putt and just kind of fellowship together and meet each other and talk. And just have a little fun weekend and just make it like an annual thing.
I'd be down.
So like a retreat or
like a retreat,
like a trip somewhere.
Yeah. And it probably could like grow every year. Maybe people can go and I think it would be fun.
Me too. Do it on a cruise.
1 year it could be a cruise. A little short cruise. We can do a 3-day cruise now, about a week.
I know, right? Gigi said,
or some island somewhere.
Yeah, a little resort, all-inclusive resort. That's good. That's easy too. All-inclusive resorts are fun.
Yep. Like at the Dominican Republic. In the DR, everything's included. You stay in a resort in Punta Cana. And it's all the food, everything, even the booze is included.
Yes. That's the only thing about Jamaica. They're very healthy. And like when you think about it, like they don't have elevators a lot. When I went to the Rio in Jamaica, they didn't have elevators. So I don't know what you do if you gain wild. And and they start with level 0. So like if you're on floor 2, you're really on floor 3. And then they don't have room service like 24 hours. I'm like, how y'all do that much flour and don't have no room service for the munchies? But they're very and then their buffets are very healthy. Like you're not gonna go and get no donuts and junk like that, like in America. You're gonna get porridge. They have they have pastries, but it's like you have porridge and you're gonna get good food. But I like Jamaica though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So we have to talk about it and maybe get a committee to get the logistics and stuff together. So people are really interested.
Toya like me, she ain't putting it together. She'll help. Look, committee,
I
let's
mean,
get
I
committee.
plan. I
hate
already.
planning stuff.
Yeah, I already plan like my vacations for my family and stuff. And like if I want to get together, sometimes I just
Oh,
want.
yeah.
I don't mind being a part of it. I just don't want to be
I
the
agree.
main one doing it, especially if it ends up being a nice big group.
I agree.
Yeah, I think you at least have 2 or 3 people on the
Yeah, I
logistics
can look
part of
into
it. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be good. I think it'll be good to have a committee so it doesn't all fall on one person.
Or we could all do it at a nude beach.
Look at Gigi.
Oh my God.
Oh, but we could put it, put it in the Facebook group. We could put it in the Facebook group and put like have A-Town do like a poll of maybe the city that we want to try first. Maybe go to Nashville or something like that,
Yeah.
or or you can come to Chicago. There's plenty to do in Chicago. There's plenty to do downtown in the Chi, and it's beautiful in the summer. It's
That's
beautiful.
what I was planning to
beautiful,
go
beautiful.
anyway.
Yes. Yeah. So.
Maybe
We'll
a city.
revisit it Saturday when we have the book club again, and see how people feel.
Yeah. I'm trying to escape the lake of fire this summer in Houston. So
I mean, it gets kind of hot here, but probably not as hot as the South. So
yeah.
yeah. And
That's why I said we need to be in some island somewhere. Where we're having fruity drinks by the beach and we can talk manifestation with the dolphins and all that.
That'll be
We can
cute.
go live and show everybody how prosperous we are.
I know, right?
And our little thong bikinis.
Yeah,
Prosperous living
I know, right? Prosperous living.
in the flesh.
I know, right?
With lobster. Oh, yummy.
I know, right?
I'm already picturing it. I'm already picturing us in some like island somewhere with the blue ocean and those delicious yummy little coconut, pineapple, fruity little guava drinks and
Yep, like
and
Kevin
some,
said, you don't have to worry about the
people
money
serving up.
part. You can just manifest that part. Just decide that you're
Yeah,
going, and
manifest
the
it.
way will be made for you. Just decide that it's all that you're going, and you're going. That's all you got to do. Decide that it's done, and it will be. That's it.
Hey, we can win a group trip. Sometimes that happens, like the airlines and whatnot do, where you win win a free trip somewhere with a group of people. They do it all the time. So.
Yep. Nothing impossible to the imagination. Not when you decide. Nothing's
Exactly.
impossible to you. So we have Dorier. Hello, Dorier.
Good day, family.
Good day.
I wanted to share about what I remember when Gigi was talking about her experience. That when I was in 8th grade, and I stayed, I live in Chicago, so it was time to go to high school. So my best friend Rosemary, she was like, "I'm going to CVS." So I went home and I told my grandmother, who was racist, I said, "Yeah, I'm going to CVS." Now the school that was around ours, but everybody was going to, was Gage Park.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when they was having the little riots and, the racist thing, the stuff like that was going on. So she was like, "No, you're not going to CVS. You're going to the school around here to Gage Park." I was like, "No, I want to go to CVS." So what I did was I was in 8th grade and I went up to CVS by myself. And I registered myself. I guess I must have signed my parents' name. And I came home. I'm like, "Here you go. I'm at CVS. I'm in school." And that was just really hilarious. Like I was 8th grade and I wanted to go to CVS and I went by myself and got into Chicago Vocational High School.
I knew a couple of people went there. I went to Lindblom, but I know people.
Oh yeah, that was right down the street from me because I stayed on 60. I grew up on 61st and Marshfield. So exactly.
Yep,
exactly
because it was 61st and Walcott. Yep.
I was at 6143 Marshfield, so that's where my grandmother's house was. So yep, I went to CVS because of that.
You
But
went
yeah, I was just
you
thinking-
had to take like 2. You had to travel a little bit.
Yeah, but I was saying to myself, I was like, yeah, you went to CVS because you just went on and just signed, a permission from my parents. But I used to do things like that when I was a little kid. I mean, just take stuff in my own hands. Like, say, for instance, I was sitting up there and I was in sixth grade and I was sitting at the kitchen table. So my grandmother, she used to work second shift. So she was always have her daughter, which stayed on 65th in Marshall, come and do stuff for her. So she was like, I need you to come up here and I need you to take Doree up to, it was Earl School right there on 65th in Ashland. Not Earl School. What was the name of that school? It wasn't Earl, but anyway, it was the school right there on 65th in Ashland. She said, I need you to take her up there and I need you to register her for school. And she said, okay, Mom, I'll do that. So back then we had transfer cars, like maybe 2x4-inch cars. So I'm sitting there at the kitchen table. I'm like, I guess I was just always so bad. So I'm sitting at the kitchen table. And so I was in sixth grade and she's supposed to have been taking me to go to seventh grade. So I sat there and I said, you know what? I'm about to change this 6 to a perfect 8. So I took my transfer card and I made the 6 a perfect 8. So she didn't know what grade I was. So when my auntie took me to go to school, they put me in 8th grade and they put me in the 8th grade gifted class. So when I came back home, me and my auntie, she's like, okay, Mom, I can register her in school. And then when my grandma was like, 8th grade? She ain't in no 8th grade. How'd she get in 8th grade?
That's funny.
And then her daughter, my auntie was like, well, Mom, I don't know what the hell grade she is. You just told me to go register for school. That's what I did. I don't know
Wow.
what they did. And so I just gave myself my own double. I was just doing it.
And the fact that they believed it, interesting. They're like, yeah.
It was really easy to believe because if you think about it, if you look at a 6, it turns to like a perfect 8.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've always had the really good skills, and I even took like architecture and drafting all through CVS in high school, but I always had the penmanship. So I made that perfect 6 look like an 8. You couldn't tell the difference.
Wow.
Anyway.
Wow. That's awesome though. That's awesome. That's awesome.
I just thought I'd share that.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. It's just like, yeah, you just decided. And it's amazing how reality works, right? Like that's how reality works. Reality doesn't argue with it if you don't.
I know.
If you don't challenge what you say, if you wholeheartedly believe it, your reality will agree with you.
And
it will agree with you.
Right. And I graduated from CVS in 1977. That's when we won the football championship.
Nice.
Cavaliers in 1977. I know, long time ago, but yeah, it's all good. But I just wanted to share that.
I love it. Just reminding you of how simple this is, right? And if we could just go back to that state of the simplicity of this law. Yes, we get, as I like how Dr. Joseph Murphy would say, we get adulterated, right? We get to doing the way adults say it, and the adults have all these laws and all these rules and all these regulations, and you got to do this, and you can't do it this way, you can't do it that way. This is how it has to be done. And we contort ourselves and put ourselves into a pretzel trying to make things happen when it does not take all of that. All it takes is decision, right? That we have to go back to that state, to that mindset, as a child would think. A child is not contorting itself and creating all these rules and obstacles and all these laws and regulations, right? It's just saying, this is what I want. And the moment you accept that is yours, then things shift itself to agree with you. And it happens so easily. And so sometimes you blow your own mind how easily it comes into view and how it comes into being, how it becomes your reality. But you just got to get out your own way without creating obstacles, without giving yourself all of these to-do lists. Well, first I got to do this, and then I got to do that, and then I got to do this, and then I got to do this. Start writing to-do lists and just be. Just be.
It's a decision. The moment as a kid, as Doree was saying, she said, I'm going to CVS. So she decided that that's where she was going.
Yep.
She knew that that's where she was going to be at. So she automatically became the person at CVS
Yep.
high school. So everything had to work out the way that it did. She
Yep.
got the hunch to go and register herself.
Yep.
With me at Reed, I said, I'm going to Reed. My 7th grade is at Reed School. That's my middle school. That's where I'm going.
Mhm.
And my hunch said, go to City Hall and talk to somebody. So it's like the reality, or whatever you want to call it, works its way to get you to where you need to be. The best way for you to get there. It's an infinite ways of doing it. But see, when you're a kid, you're, like you just said, you're not thinking about, oh, I got to do this and I got to do that, and then I'm going to go to Reed School. No, as a kid, I'm going to Reed School. That's it.
Yep. Yep.
Like my mother would look at me like the way I was talking to the superintendent of schools. City Hall. She thought that he was going to probably have us arrested or whatever. And she was actually saying, okay, you're going to have to stop watching those law shows because you're starting to talk about those lawyers. But because the way I looked at it, I was like, no, I don't care what you're saying. That's where I'm going. You're not sending me to some other school. That's the school I want to go to, and that's it.
Yep.
My parents pay taxes. What? But I mean, but as a kid, you're not, it's the moment
You're
you
more
suspect
fearless,
yourself-
right? You're more fearless.
Exactly.
You weren't taking no for an answer, right? And that's how you
Exactly.
have to be with this reality that you're creating for yourself. You can't take no for an
Right.
answer.
You
No
can't
is
take no
not
for
in
an
your
answer.
vocabulary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No for an answer. But at the same time, it's like you're not fighting with the no. You're just
Mhm.
like you're sticking to your guns. You're sticking
Yeah.
to that decision. Like, yeah, okay, whatever's going on, let it go on. Like the little kid, I don't care. I'm still getting my puppy.
Yeah.
Dorier, I don't care. I'm still going to CVS.
Yeah.
And me, I don't care. I'm still going to Reed. So
Yeah.
it's just that keeping your eye on the prize thing.
Yep.
So yeah, I love watching kids do. I mean, if anybody be good at teaching this, it's a little kid. Because
Yep.
little kids they'll just tell you, all you got to do is believe, and all you got to do is imagine it, and it's yours, and that's it. So
Yeah.
My best friend, she was saying that she was going there, so me and her were just so tight and so close. So I was like, whatever she doing, I'm doing. So that was really a motivation, her being my best friend, saying she's going to CVS.
That's beautiful.
So that was really cool.
Love
awesome.
it. Love it. Love it. So I'll let Miss Millionaire have her say, and then we'll close the live out. Hello, Miss Millionaire.
Hi, everyone. I hope everybody is good. Hi,
Yes.
everybody.
Yes.
Hi. I'm not gonna hold you long. I just wanted a little bit of advice, and I don't want to end on like a bad note because I know I've been listening all night, and it's just been encouraging. So I just wanted to. I mean, this is kind of vulnerable for me, but I don't have to go too far. But I know I would just follow you guys, and I felt like my life, I was on top of the world, and I don't know what transpired in the last month or so. I started getting sick, and they told me what it was and all of this. Like right now I'm in rehab, and because it's affecting my walking, me trying to walk again and stuff. Like, how in the world can you manifest, like, even in the midst of hearing what they're saying and all this different stuff, like to be in it, like manifesting other stuff, like it's just so like, okay, I've manifested many things, but it's like this right here is like, oh God, like I feel like the back is against the wall a little bit. So I just wanted to kind of get some advice on like what would be a good way to kind of think of it, I guess, to manifest perfect health, like better health, like I'm just curious.
So like I can give how my daughter, she's diagnosed with a very rare neurological disorder, and then
Similar, yeah.
and then we'll
Yeah.
let Kevin go after me.
Okay.
And so she did have the surgery during, her early years, but in her early 20s, she was also being diagnosed with chronic arthritis. So she was taking medication for the neurological disease, and what it did, it would cause her to not be able to chew really good, lazy eye, weakness in her extremities.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Trouble breathing. So she would have to take medication, and then she was also being diagnosed with chronic arthritis. So came into this truth of knowing that the mind creates reality. So she said what she would do is she would still take her medication, but she would claim health, because she knew it was not what she did, is what she believed to be true. Right? It's the words that you say, not the actions that you take.
Okay.
Right. So she would take the medication, but would claim healing.
Okay.
And she just said she just stopped needing the medicine. She doesn't even know when it happened. She don't know what day it was. She just recognized that she no longer, because she had decided that she didn't want to go to 3 doctors: primary, neurology, and then I always forget what they call the one.
Pulmonary or other ones, just different ones.
Yeah, for the arthritis, for the chronic arthritis, it's a specialist for that as well. But she was like, she did not want to keep being at the hospital, doing all these appointments. So she decided that, and she decided, she would do the prescription, but she would, when she's taking the medication, she's telling herself she's well.
Okay. I definitely keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you for sharing and bringing this up. I appreciate you having the courage to talk about.
I was fighting it.
No, I'm so glad, because you're going to help so many people, not just yourself, but so many other people that didn't have the courage or didn't want to use the courage to do what you just did. So, everything that you're experiencing at this moment is really the physical that you're going through, the challenge you're dealing with. It's all working together for your good.
I believe that.
Well, great. Hold on to that with every fiber of who you are, your being, because it's the absolute truth. Also, a truth is what you're looking at on the outward is not just a manifestation of your thoughts, but we see things in the past. Meaning that what you're witnessing in the physical has already occurred, because they're reflecting what your past thoughts were. So if you want to witness different than what you're witnessing now, by changing your thoughts to what you desire to witness now, you move that past, that past which is right now, you move that out of the way and create a new now, a different now. So your health, walking around, testifying how this experience that you had, whatever ailments you are dealing with, see yourself telling people, you should have seen me when. Back then when I had this, you wouldn't believe that that's what you're looking at right now. Man, if you could have just seen what the doctor, or heard what the doctor told me, I am a walking testimony of what can be through belief. And as you continue to have that testimony to other people in your mind, you are being that which you want to be, And that becomes your present reflection of the now.
Absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
hope I said that right.
I get it. I get it.
Yes.
I get it. 100%.
Yep.
Awesome.
Thank you so
Awesome.
much.
Awesome.
You're
I
welcome so
appreciate you
much.
guys. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Gigi wanted to say something too.
Hi,
Go ahead,
sweetheart.
Hi.
Said that it's pretty tough with what's going on,
Mhm.
like with what the doctors are telling you and all that. I had a mammogram, and my mammograms are always good. They're always good. My breasts are healthy. They're always benign. No signs of cancer. None of that. It's always good. A few years ago, when I had a mammogram done, they said they found a mass, and it scared the shit out of me. And I had my human experience. I cried and everything. But in the face of what the doctor was telling me, that they wanted me to come back and have an oncologist look at it, I cried and everything. And I said, with tears in my eyes, I said, it's benign. It's nothing. My breasts are healthy. And she's like, yeah, but they funded it. And this is what I heard, like you know how Charlie Brown's teacher, wah, 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 wah,
Yes.
that's what I heard.
Yes.
And I said to her, ma'am, it's benign and my breasts are healthy. I don't care what that picture says. My breasts are healthy. It's benign. It's benign. My breasts are healthy. My breasts are healthy. With tears in my eyes. My husband calls me and he's like, are you okay? I'm like, yes. And he says, what did the doctor say? I said to him, honey, baby, I love you. I don't care what the doctor says. It's benign. It's benign. My breasts are healthy. So trust me, I felt fear. I felt anger. I let those feelings be there. In the face of what they were telling me, I said, I am healthy. I even threw some Christian in there. I'm healthy. In the name of Jesus, I'm healthy. I'm healthy. I'm healthy. Yeah, by the stripes of Jesus, I'm healthy. I'm healthy. And I'm talking to my boobs. I was like, you know what, babes, you're healthy. I don't know what they're talking about because you're fine. You're healthy. So then when I went to see the oncologist before my appointment, I said to myself, I'm going to that appointment. My oncologist is going to say, this is nothing. You're healthy. You can go. That appointment is only going to last 5 minutes. Well, it lasted 15 minutes, you know, with the prepping and the going in and the registering and all that kind of crap. And when he came in, he literally looked at it, looked at me, and he said, nah, it's nothing. It's benign. You're fine. Boom.
Wow. That's awesome.
So call things that be not as though they were. I see you walking. So see yourself walking. This is even in the movie The Secret. The guy that was in a plane crash in the movie The Secret. And doctors were telling him that he was never going to walk again. You know what he said? Baloney. He said every night he pictured himself. They might have brought him into the hospital on his back, but when he leaves that hospital, he's walking out, and he saw himself walking. Every day he saw himself walking. Eventually, he started feeling the feelings in his legs again. He started doing therapy, and guess what? He walked out of that hospital.
That's amazing.
So anything is possible.
Yes.
Believe.
I will.
Even whatever the doctors are telling you, if you cry. If you get angry. Let those feelings be there. But you say, you know what? I'm walking. I can walk. Look at this. I can walk. And the doctors are going to be like, oh my God, girl, you're walking? I thought you knew. Don't you know who I am? I thought you knew. Of course I can walk. Because it's you. This is your reality.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
My doctor, my primary care physician, closed his office door and told me in confidence that in his late teens, he was in a car accident which left him as a quadriplegic. So not only couldn't he walk, he couldn't move any of his extremities. He told me it's all in your mind. Now, this is a medical doctor that has a big, thriving practice. Will write scripts before you could even tell him what's wrong.
Wow. Wow.
He told me,
Wow.
verbally told me in private, in confidence, and he said, this conversation stays right here. I said, okay. He said, it's all in your mind.
Wow. Wow.
We had just finished congratulating him on another degree that he got from Harvard University.
Wow.
Another medical degree on top of his degree. And he's telling me, Kevin, it's all in your mind. Isn't that something?
That is something.
Maybe he told me that testimony just so I can tell you.
Well, I'm glad that you told me.
Yes. And
I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm glad that you told me. It's like I believe that I'm gonna be walking and back up again. But it's like, to me, I'm focused on the how, like, you know, every day, like, oh, this is a change. Like,
Goes the how.
yeah.
Yeah, what do you care how? All you want is the results of your wish.
Yes.
What do you care how?
Yeah.
If somebody says, look, drink this glass of water and you can start walking again, drink the water.
I'm gonna drink the whole picture.
That part.
What do you care how?
Right.
You just want the results.
Yeah. And so we're gonna have
Absolutely.
Anna go.
Go ahead, Anna.
I just wanted to tell you, Miss Millionaire, that it's, you have to see yourself as well. You have to imagine yourself as well. I started my journey like in 2016 because I got diagnosed with multiple myeloma. They told me that I wasn't going to be around, that maybe I had 5 years. I went
That's tough.
I went through 2 back-to-back bone marrow transplants. I was in the hospital. I was in a hospital in Seattle for 6 months. And I just would not accept that this was my fate, that wasn't going to be my fate, you know, and you have to put it in your head that this is not your fate. It's not the end. You know, you're going to walk, you're going to get well, you're going to heal, you're going to be around, and that's just all to it. You know, just recently, 2 weeks ago, my oncologist bumped me down to now seeing his nurse practitioner because there's nothing that he can do for me. In other words, there's no more treatments that he can get. He's not making any money off of me anymore. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what it is. He's just
Yeah,
not making
that's
any
what
money
it
off of
is.
me. So they gave me a call. I got a call. I seen him 2 weeks ago. I had an appointment because I was seeing him every 3 months because they do blood work. And then I get a phone call that same afternoon talking about, well, Dr. Yusenchuk wants to know if you can see his nurse practitioner now, you know, because, you know, whatever, he wants you to see his nurse practitioner. And what it is because he's not going to make any money off of me. And that's fine. And I'm happy for that. But I totally believe that it was me, saying that, no, this is not it. I have a lot of life. I'm active. I'm going to keep living. And I have proved them wrong already. You know, so you just have to say in your mind, you have to see yourself that this is not it. That you
Denying it and not accepting it.
Don't accept it. It's just something that your body's going through right now. But it's not the future you. The future you is going to be walking, you're going to be healthy, and you're going to keep moving.
Yeah.
Yes. Beautiful.
Yeah, and for some reason, and I'm really gone. Like in a weird way, I keep thinking about I think it was Adam and Eve when they realized they were naked, and he was like, "Who told you were that?" So in my mind, I'm thinking, who told you had this disease? Like who said it? Who originally really said it? You know, and who accepted it? So to me, I know that this probably is, like Kevin was saying, like a manifestation of the thoughts that I've had prior and then to now. So it's kind of like, dag, if you could think your way in, you could think your way out. So thank you guys. I really appreciate you. I know it's getting late and I'm about to get off of here. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate you. Thank everybody. Thank you, Miss Anna, thank you for your story. Thank you, Gigi. Thank you, everybody, for, the kind words and stuff. And I can't wait to come back with my testimony. So thank you guys so much.
It's already done.
Yes,
Beautiful.
ma'am.
I see
agree
with
with you.
your heels and everything running, girl. I really
Yes, wide
see
open. I
it.
said, man, as soon as I get out of here, I'm doing everything that I am big and bad enough to do.
There you go. There you go.
So yeah, thank you all.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank
You're
you.
welcome,
Thank
sweetheart.
everyone. Thank you all for sharing what's possible, because all things are possible. It's just all about persistence in the new state.
Yes.
Talk to yourself and say, actually, I love saying actually, because actually, I'm already well. Actually, right? So talk to yourself in those conversations as you go to sleep, right? This is when you're entering the subconscious mind. How are we going to sleep? Going to sleep thanking the body for obeying the mind, because the body obeys the mind. So you say thank you to the servant. It serves you. Oh, you're a great servant. I love you. You're an obedient servant. You're the best servant I ever had, because, man, I never felt so strong. I never felt so, vital. I never felt whatever resonates with you, as you remind the body of how amazing it is.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, guys. Another wonderful, beautiful live. That's how we come together, to uplift one another, to remind one another of who we are, that I am, that I am only knows health. That's all it knows. And it must express it, right? The I am only knows abundance, so it must express it. The I am only knows love, so it must express it. All it's wanting for you to do is recognize it, to be aware of your divinity, be aware of your power, be aware of your dominion, your authority. The power is in your awareness. So you see you guys on Friday. Don't forget, Saturday is the final discussion of the book, The Power of Awareness by Neville Goddard. And as he reminds us in James, be not just hearers of the word, be doers also, or you deceive your own self. We're not deceiving ourselves, we're proving ourselves in performance. Results ever follow. You always get results of what you accept as true. So accept nothing but the best will ever do. Nothing but the best. All right, guys. Thank you, Gigi, Kevin, Miss Millionaire, Dorier, Anna, all of those who joined the live, all of those who are in the chat. Thank you for your being vulnerable with us, sharing your heart, sharing your what you may think is a struggle, but it's just a bump in the road. It's just an old state trying to express itself, and you're deciding no. You're deciding no. You're deciding that the buck stops here, and whatever you decide it will be, it already is. Know that, because you said so makes it so. That's all you need. You just need your word. That's it. Because you said it so. That's it. Good night, guys. Love you, love you, love you. Good night. Bye-bye.